Thank you. And again, another windstorm to add to the workload, and thanks to all the departments for that. That's everything for me. Thanks.
And Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. I don't have much to offer. Nice windstorm the other day, blew a bunch of stuff around all over the place, lost a couple of shelters, and know some friends that lost a lot of wind wall and stuff to be cleaned up this week. So other than that, roads look great in Division 5, and Merry Christmas to everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to add this morning.
Councillor Kendall.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, the roads are great. Good luck to Public Works with the upcoming storm there. Hope it's not too bad. But yeah, no problems in Division 3 that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you very much. We will go to our departments, starting with Manager Weberg.
Morning, Council. Just like to thank Council for approving our budget for this year, and we'll be looking forward to getting some prices in the new year. And we've been dealing with a few icy roads, and the wind obviously has caused some havoc. So we're getting caught up there too. So that's all I have.
Thank you for that. And Manager Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Only update for me is Alberta Transportation is going to be installing a bigger stop sign at the Strathcona School, that 306 Ave and Highway 552. I believe it's a 600 by 600 mil stop sign there. They're going to be putting a 900 by 900 in there. So, and yeah, I have item B2 and I believe it's B4 on the agenda. Thanks.
Okay, and we'll come to that shortly. Manager Cornelson, any updates?
Good morning, Foothills Council, and good morning, Foothills County. And so I don't have a lot here, but just a few things. Our staffing, or the Ag Service Board, will be kind of closed, limited staff from December 25th to January 5th. Currently, we're chipping west, and specifically 80th Street in Dumbo. We were going to get that surveyed for some chipping early next year. So, and then later I've got an item later on about doing some chipping on near Pritis. January 20th to 22nd is the provincial ASB conference in Edmonton, and we got 2 resolutions coming forward for that. But that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Manager Porter.
Morning, Mr. Reeve. Morning, Council. Just for Council, item B1 on your agenda. At your leisure. And the only other thing I had to report is haven't heard anything in regards to any damages to any municipal facilities as far as recreation goes due to the high winds. So hopefully we're unscathed there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Fire risk status, the county's still currently under no restrictions. Current and upcoming weather conditions remain favorable, and I recommend no changes at this time, but we're still going to continue monitoring the weather as the weeks progress. Thank you.
And Manager Stapley.
Morning, Council. The only update I have for you this morning is officers have been spending time at Meridian Street and Cole Trail, and based on what they have observed in the last little bit, they're working with Public Works on recommendations to improve some signage regarding the stop sign in that area.
Okay, thank you very much. For those of you that don't have anything on the agenda, thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Let's get on with our Public Works items specifically. Let's go to B1, page 3. It says Dunbo Rec Board 2025 allocation deferral. And we'll go to Manager of Parks and Recreation, Manager Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the floor. Today's purpose of this admin report is to inform Council a recommendation for the deferral of the distribution of approved 40,000 allocation to the Dumbo Recreation Board for the 2025 fiscal year. As part of the 2025 budget, Council approved a funding allocation of 40,000 to the Dumbo Recreation Board, as well as numerous other recreation boards. This funding was intended to support the ongoing recreational initiatives within the region. Following a review of the board's current fiscal position, administration has identified that the board continues to hold reserve funds to the tune of $257,400 from prior years. In consultation with finance, it is recommended that the 2025 allocation be withheld until the existing reserves are fully utilized. As I stated in that, the Dunbo Rec Board currently maintains a very healthy reserve balance that's sufficient to support its planned activities for 2025 and subsequent years as well. Allocating additional funds at this time may result in accumulation of unused resources, which is not aligned with the county's financial stewardship principles. Deferring the distribution of the approved funds will ensure that the future allocations are based on demonstrated financial need. So on an annual basis, we'll be monitoring in that not only Dunbo Rec Board, but other recreation boards as far as their balances and that they hold. The 40,000 will remain unallocated in 2025 budget and can be reconsidered for distribution once the board's reserve balance is depleted or a new funding need isn't identified. So the recommendation that we would make to council is that council receive this report for information, support the recommendation to defer the distribution of the $40,000 allocation to the Dunbo Recreation Board until its reserve balance is fully utilized. Thank you.
Thank you for that. How much reserves are we talking that they've sitting on?
Right now, their balance sits at $257,400. As a not-for-profit society, that's quite a amount of funds.
And do our other rec boards hold reserves like that?
Not to that extent, no.
Okay, so some of you are on the Dunbo Rec Board. What say you? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Porter, do we know how much we allocated last year and this year through the rec board?
Through the chair to the floor, we issued 40,000 last year, I believe, to Dunbo Rec Board. In previous years, under a agreement that was done, there was a $75,000 contribution that was made to the Dunbo Rec Board for a certain amount of years. I can't remember the exact amount for their kitchen renovations. And then council at that point reassessed all recreation boards and the amounts that are being distributed and decided to make it equal across the board for rec board funding. And we decided with the funds that were allocated to all the rec boards that the $40,000 amount would be most, I guess, standard for across the board that rec boards could utilize and make good use of.
So we've been carrying that balance for quite a few years.
Yes, it's been accumulating. That rec board does distribute funds and that's on an annual basis. But it has definitely built up over the years. We're going to try a renewed campaign to reach out to the community and get more involvement from the smaller groups, whether it be knitting clubs or
4-H and whatnot.
Just to try and get those funds allocated across the community, not to just certain entities that seem to be, and that every year prescribing to the funding available through the Dunbo Rec Board.
Yeah, one of the things we kind of looked at was also widening the area because we had that issue with the Okotoks Egg Society and whatnot. Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Chair, I'll give you the motion for the recommendation when ready, if there's no other questions.
Okay, I'll take that motion. So that is to receive for information and to defer the distribution of the 40,000 allocation until its reserve balance is utilized. Okay. I am not seeing anybody else, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you for that, council. And just one more thing, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Just like to wish council, administration, staff, and county residents a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you as well. Let's go to B2, speed limit change. Do we have road technologist Antle here, or you're taking this? Okay. So speed limit change, 210 Avenue West, second and third reading, page 4 of our agenda. Director Kruger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is at that reconstructed intersection at 210 and 256th Street West. Council passed first reading for this implementation of the speed change to 40 kilometers an hour. Just looking for a second and third reading today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report and work on this project. It's just tidying up an area which has been under construction and now completed. 40 kilometers makes sense due to the train issues and the connection at that location. So I would provide second reading when you're ready for that.
Okay, I'll take that motion. Anything else? Anybody? We have second reading. I will call a question. All in favor? Motion carries. And third. Who wants to give third? Councillor Alger gives that. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B3, Brushing Control Agreement, 186 Avenue and Prentice Valley Road, page 7 of our agenda. Manager Cornelson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So just want to talk about this a little bit. So we identified this road needing to be brushed. And so part of the new budget is we put some extra money in there to contract some of that work out instead of purchasing a tractor and brusher, and just to see if, we, in the long run, maybe to see if we can, what kind of equipment we need to purchase for what we're doing. And so I got 3 quotes for doing this work from those 3 companies there. We had all 3 of them come out and, identified, what trees we want cut and, courting not kind of being sensitive to, what some trees residents might want to keep, and just in going with our brush control policy. And so those are the 3 quotes I got. Yeah, the one is quite a bit higher, and I think because they as far as their equipment, they didn't have similar equipment. They would just have a chipper and people cutting down trees with saws, whereas the other 2 have actually got a mechanized unit to take down trees, piece by piece and lay them on the ground. And so I think that's kind of why those 2 are somewhat cheaper. I did kind of push the first one there, whether that was an accurate number, and he seemed to think it was. So, yeah. So again, because this is kind of something new we're doing, is kind of why we're bringing it, I think, to council today. And so we have budget for 2025 still to do this work. And so just asking for your approval to go ahead with that. There's no real budget implication, extra, let's say, because after this, there'll still be about $5,000 left in this line item in case there's some kind of windstorm that we need to hire somebody to take a tree out. So, yeah. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Deputy Revol.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. This area is a bit sensitive as to their tree preference. So I'm just particularly the hamlet of Prentice. Hopefully we can be sensitive to the ones that have been, maybe there's a lot of things that are very close to the road in the hamlet of Prentice. And one in particular is where the pathway is on the north-south stretch, where people have babied some trees along to be right on the back side of the path. And so I'm just wondering how much, like what the extent is. I can see on 186 Avenue, there isn't really a lot on the avenue, but when you head over to what they call the Crooked Mile, there's probably some in that area, but there's quite a lot of trees in there. So I don't know if there's as much sensitivity there as there is going to be on the locations right within the hamlet, that there might be some challenges there with perception of removing the trees. So you said it was selective. So maybe the first question is, how many trees are scheduled to be removed in the hamlet area?
Through the reeve to the floor. So that first little bit there, the north-south part on 256th Street, we're just doing the east side of the road.
Okay.
We're not doing anything on the west side there. And then that little bit that's east-west through Pritis itself, there is very little we're doing. I think just kind of around there's some trees we're taking out around the creek sort of. And then, but nothing like actually in the town or in the hamlet there. And then, yeah, most of it is that most of the tree work is done from 240 Street to 256th Street. Sorry, I got those wrong there. But yeah, most of the tree is in the Crooked Mile there. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's just fine. There's only one residence right across from the Prentice Community Association property there. And so they might be a little sensitive, but I think, is it north of the bridge? That is where the majority is?
I think it's right around the bridge. There's kind of an open area that we're going to be,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. There is the one resident right across from there, so there might be a little sensitivity there. But other than that, I think that it's probably going to be a good run there. Thank you. And I just wondered if we needed to give them notice, but if there's no residents affected by it on that side, I think that would be fine. And is this likely to be in 2025 then? Are you thinking of this project going ahead right away?
I think so, yeah. Like I have to talk to him. Like originally I thought it would happen a little quicker, and then he wanted to get it done in December, but I don't know if he's moved on to another job now or he's open still. So
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think it'll happen almost right away though from the last time I talked to him, but if he's moved to a different job, it might be next year.
Okay, thank you. And then just to note that on the page 10 of the staff report, it said that the total was 11,500 plus GST, and in the list it's 10,000. So just for a correction, if this moves forward, then just to the 11,500 there, which is what is on page 10.
Oh, right. Yeah. So it is 10,500 plus GST.
It is 10, not 11? Okay. Okay, whatever the correct amount is there.
Okay, actually, yeah, sorry, no, it is, yeah. I'm looking at this. It's 11.5 plus GST, yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your explanations on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to add to that real quick, when I did the math, so it's 10.5 for the mowing, and then transporting was $600. So that's 11,100. So not sure exactly what the right number is, but you can look after that.
Yeah, no, I think the correct number is 11,500 because he added a little bit extra, I think, just to round it off. But yeah, that's the.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Just a question. Have the residents along there been engaged at all with what's going to happen here?
So through the chair to council, no, they haven't been engaged. We haven't engaged them in the past when we're doing this work. I think part of the plan was when we came up with the with the roadside brush control policy was so we didn't have to go through that process. Where we're not clearing as much as we could. We're just essentially clearing the front slope from the road and then up a little bit, and so we are leaving trees in our often in our property, just for that sort of sensitivity that people want some trees left in the ditch. Okay. And so that's kind of where that policy came from. So we wouldn't have to go through that whole process, I think. And I don't know if we ever did go through that process in the past, but I think that was the effort from that brush control policy, was just to show that, hey, we are being sensitive, and if there is like I think on this road particularly, there's one like spruce tree that looks like a nice tree, so we won't be cutting that back. We'll just be trimming it, things like that. So we do try to be sensitive to trees that look like that people want to keep them or look like they're special somehow.
Yeah, I guess my thought was is they could ribbon off any trees they're really partial to, and then you guys could discuss it further, but thanks.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I'd be looking for a motion then to approve the mulching work to Beaver Tooth Mulching. Deputy Evil.
Sure, I'll take the risk on that one. And just further to what Councillor Estes was saying was, is there a likelihood of having just a message board when the work is going on, just so people know what you're doing? So just Foothills County Brushing in Progress. especially in the Crooked Mile, because it's very low visibility coming in there and all the windy corners, just to have everyone aware that there's something happening there and not kind of rush in there and then meet you guys. So typically when you're working, you might even just have a road, a little tripod sign that sometimes is out, or a sandwich board sign that just for safety on that one. That's all I was thinking. It would just be also an awareness that that's happening, or work in progress or something, then they'll know on the way in.
Through the floor, no, through the chair to council. Yeah, we always put those signs up, but yeah, we could put them up maybe like a little, like even today. It says brushwork, and then they would have time to call about it. Sort of. Is that what you're?
Just to know that it's Foothills County crews, because sometimes there was some confusion on Highway 22 earlier this year related to who was doing the work. And there was a real extensive brushing that went on there in preparation for the work on the Pritis Bridge. So because there's going to be more work there, they might be confused about who's actually doing the work. And then it would be the county that's doing the work at that point. That would just be an explanation. Plus the crews will be there in case someone stops. I guess they'll be able to answer a question.
Yeah. I think especially for this, because this is the first time we're doing this, like the lead hand will be there through the whole thing, kind of directing things. So that's kind of the plan right now. for him to
Okay,
be
that
there
sounds good.
Present, with the county truck. And so if somebody comes, and you can at least talk to them or direct them who to talk to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So I'll make that motion. Thank you.
You make that motion to award the contract for brushing to Beaver Tooth Mulching. I don't see anybody else, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And let's go to our emergent item B4, bylaw 80/2025, second and third reading. Director Kruger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the removal and rescinding of bylaw for the stop, no parking signs that were installed along Millerville Landing. Last week, council passed first reading, and if there's any questions, I can try and answer them. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall. Oh, your mic is not on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one correction under background discussion. In reviewing those letters myself, where it says 3 residents feel the bylaw and signage should remain, 2 of those letters were actually from the same household. So I believe that should be corrected to 2 residents, and it should be residences as opposed to residents. Sorry, just technicality, but it's per residence, not residents. Anyways, that was just the correction I wanted to, but otherwise I would give you the motion for this to rescind. Thank you.
Okay, so second reading from Councillor Kendall. And we certainly heard from residents through the process, that first reading. Any questions, comments? So we have the motion for second reading from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. And third, Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to our municipal planning items. We will get to our area structure plan design guidelines fairly soon, but let's start with D1, Wood Valley Estates Area Structure Plan, page 35 of our agenda. Director Hemingway, I believe you can take this.
I can. Thank you, Mr. Brief. Council will see in your staff report that we are looking for second and third reading on bylaw 41/2025, which is for the repeal of a very old area structure plan from 2001. This first reading was granted in contemplating some additional subdivision in this area structure plan, where the balance of the lots in this small ASP had been completely built out for over 20 years. Council did not feel it was valuable to update the area structure plan in order to create these additional lots, as this would complete the subdivision of the lands. As such, they did indicate first reading to repeal this old area structure plan called the Wood Valley Estates Area Structure Plan. repealing the bylaw is a condition of first reading of the subdivision and rezoning and subdivision of these lots. So what we're requesting for and consideration from just three councillors in attendance today is second and third reading on bylaw 41, 2025 in order to complete the repealing of the bylaw.
Okay, and this does tie in very tightly with a couple other items coming up, D2 and then the subdivision. So looking for second and third reading, and this is only for the three returning councillors that are with us today. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was spoken to, kind of mostly a technicality that needs to be dealt with. So happy to, I have no issues with this. So I'll give you the motion for second reading.
Okay, take that motion. I don't see anybody else. I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. And third reading. Deputy Revo gives that. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to D2, Holden, page 41 of our agenda, second and third reading. Director Hemingway.
Bear with me, please. You don't typically see a staff report that contains the request for second and third reading on two separate bylaws, but that's what we're dealing with here. So we are dealing with bylaw 42, 2025 and bylaw 43, 2025. Just to keep your agenda package a little tighter. However, both bylaws are separate. Bylaw 42, 2025 is requesting second and third reading, which will support the rezoning from agricultural district to country residential district to create 3 4-acre parcels with a balance of 79 acres. All conditions imposed at first reading of that bylaw have been met, and I am requesting council consider second and third reading. Please note we are only the 3 councillors in attendance that day are able to vote. Subsequent to that, I'm requesting second and third reading on bylaw 43, 2025 on a different parcel, which then completes the redesignation of the lands from country residential district for the future subdivision of 2 approximately 5-acre, and they'll be country residential subdistrict A lots with a 21-acre agricultural balance. I think it's also subdistrict A. Some of these lots have some bumps and hills on them. So that is it in a nutshell. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But we are looking for separate motions on second and third on each of the 2 bylaws.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Then I would look for a motion for second reading on bylaw 42, 2025. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, well spoken to by Ms. Hemingway. And as you can see in the conditions, number 7 was the second and third reading to rescind the area structure plan, which we've done. So I have no concerns with this and happy to give you the motion for second.
Okay, got that motion for second on bylaw 42.
Yep.
Any further questions, comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. And third reading. Deputy Revo gives that. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's look at bylaw 43/2025. Motion or comments? Councillor Alger.
No concerns again, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Same as the last motion or the same as the last bylaw. And same condition number 7 that we rescinded the Wood Valley area structure plan. No concerns. Happy to give you motion for second. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion for second reading. Anything further? All in favor? That motion carries. And third reading. Deputy Revo gives that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, we'll just wait a few minutes and look for a couple of people to join us for D3. Let's go to D4, Spruce Meadows Limited Development Permit 25D, page 95 of our council agenda. Director Hemingway.
Interesting one. So council is the development authority. Issuance of development permits on lands zoned as direct control. So Spruce Meadows lands, the majority of the lands within the area structure plan are designated as DC1, which is a direct control bylaw. And under this bylaw, council, as I said, is the Development Authority. Spruce Meadows is applying here for a development permit to allow for recreation indoor, recreation outdoor as a permitted use, and retail store, drinking establishment and restaurant, not accessory to equestrian and sports facility, and additional uses as the discretion of council as a discretionary use. So some permitted uses, some discretionary uses. And we've been managed to fit them into our definitions. That's why I'm reading it that way. What they're doing is they're creating a, what is it called? Paddle club, not pickleball, which is what I thought it was. It's not pickleball, it's paddle club. So there'll be 6 paddle courts, tiny little caged courts, some cold plunge and some saunaing and a little clubhouse, which will allow for gathering with the ability to have alcohol sales. All on a portion of a 20-acre parcel within the area structure plan. A really good staff report that talks all about all the different components of the application. I think if there's any specific questions, I would probably dive into that as I'm pretty familiar with it. They're looking for about 40 people to come and go on a daily basis. Public Works has some requests for upgrading of approaches, and Alberta Health has a number of requests for the water use in the cold plunge pools and the saunas. You know, we certainly like to ensure that all lighting is dark sky compliant, and we want to make sure that council is satisfied with the lighting. We're not sure if the little string of lights is unshielded. They may be able to move those little string of lights underneath the eaves, in which case they would be shielded. All other circulations didn't have any concerns with it. As council is aware, direct control development permits are not circulated to area landowners. So there is no public component to development permits under direct control. And of course, we provided you with an option to table this application for us to schedule a public meeting if you feel that is necessary. I have reviewed the conditions. I think everything looks in order. And of course, we would like you to consider if you'd like to delegate the authority to a development officer to review and accept conditions as complete. And then we've also have a question regarding dark sky lighting.
Okay, thank you very much. This is in Division 5. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Again, no concerns with this. There was a pickleball kind of connotation to it, and it's not pickleball. It's not noisy like pickleball. It's a more of a rubber ball with a almost like a tennis ball with a felt coating outside on the outside of the ball. So I didn't have any concerns with neighboring residents. That's quite a ways away from neighboring residents. The lighting itself, you can see on page 99, the lighting they want to use, which I believe is very dark sky compliant. Also, that this is an outdoor facility, so the operations of 7 to 10 p.m. in the summertime, you know, it stays pretty light till 10 o'clock through the summer and won't be used in the wintertime. So I don't think the lighting is going to be an issue. Some of the buildings they're using are buildings that are already in place that they will be refurbishing for this facility. And you know, we've seen lots of things that Spruce Meadows is doing. And if you look back through their area structure plan, they had numerous different things that weren't typically equestrian related. And when we approved the area structure plan years ago, and with everything that they've done, I've never had an issue with what they were doing at Spruce Meadows as far as the way they build, and everything is done professionally and perfectly. So this is brought by one of the players that plays on the Cavalry soccer team. This was his kind of idea and this is a growing and popular sport. That being said, happy to give you the motion for approval of this. And after everybody else has had a chance to speak to it.
Okay, thank you very much. I will take that in motion. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 103, external, it does say Alberta Health Services has some concerns regarding the water issues. And I would just say with the cold plunges and the saunas, and the restaurant area there, there's going to be, and showering, I presume too, for people. So I'm just not quite so sure about how if they get city, it sounds like they're not getting city water. Otherwise, the water consumption or quality wouldn't be an issue. I think I remember reading it is on their own wells. So I would have a concern from that perspective, just because it is kind of a different facility from the other things they have going on there.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Hemingway.
We have conditioned that all requirements and be undertaken to the satisfaction of Alberta Health, and that proof of such is provided to us. And that's a pre-release condition. So that's required before we even sign the development permit. I would anticipate that the applicants will haul water. So they'll simply haul treated. The issue is treated water versus well water. So I would expect that they'll haul. But we certainly understand that that's a significant requirement, and we've asked for all the issues to be dealt with upfront prior to us issuing the development permit to the satisfaction of Alberta Health. So that's noted as condition number 3 in the pre-release conditions.
And just to follow up on that, glad to see it as a pre-release condition, but just even if it, Director, I mean, even if it was not a condition of us, they would still be required on Alberta Health to get those appropriate approvals.
Yeah, and they'll be regularly inspected too. Anybody that serves food or has these types of facilities have an annual inspection and sometimes a drop in inspection. It used to be that you would never see someone from Alberta Health, and now it's the complete opposite. So inspections are occurring all the time.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just checking in on the area structure plan, just looking at page 114 for the proximity of other neighbors. And I guess this will be a very busy little hub, and it is zoned for the use, but I'm still concerned that the nuisances get dealt with properly in terms of the impact on the neighbors, that being the noise and the light. And then the health, I think, will be dealt with because they're under a different jurisdiction, but it is, as was mentioned, as a pre-release. But I'm just wondering, I would just refer perhaps a question to the counselor for the area about a public meeting being necessary. Is that something that would be helpful, or do you feel that the conditions are adequate, that it would address the issues that I would consider potentially nuisance issues that could affect the neighbors that are pretty close by?
And we will go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Councilor Roll for the questions. I don't believe that this is going to be intrusive to the neighbors in the area. Again, it's not pickleball, and I don't know what the distance is from area residents exactly, but it's a lot quieter sport than pickleball. Spruce Meadows itself is, I mean, they're surrounded with Spruce Meadows actions going on, and all the time there's always something going on at Spruce Meadows. I don't see this as being any more obtrusive than anything else.
Okay, thank you for that, those comments. Appreciate it. And one last thing,
Yep,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chair, is just was suggested by Director Hemingway, and that the rope lighting issue can be a bit distracting and could be something that, depending on the elevation of things, could be a bit annoying to other neighbors. So I like the idea of it being tucked underneath an eaves or something where there is a little less annoyance factor that could come out of the lighting. And that the picture that was shown to us on the lighting on page 99 is pretty bright lighting, but I guess as long as it's cut off, it's just hard to say because it looks like it's almost a little bit dimensional, but as long as it's cut off lighting, then I guess that fits all our requirements. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. I just have one question. It says advisory conditions option, council may decide to remove this condition. All installations of exterior lighting must adhere. Can we make sure that that stays in? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll go to the mover of the motion, Councillor Alger.
Sorry, I kind of missed that question. It was,
Condition number,
yeah, need to,
Sorry, it's option 6. It's highlighted in blue. It says council may decide to remove this condition. Can we make sure that that condition actually stays in?
yeah, I'm fine with that. They're, like I said, I'm looking at the lighting that they have circled on page 99, which is downward, whatever you call it. Shielded. Which is part of our bylaw that lights are downward shielded.
If I may, sir, they may have to shield it a little bit more, but they also have to light up what's below it. So the dark sky bylaw would require it to be shielded from going up into the sky. So if they have to construct something to shield it additionally, that's certainly within their purview to do.
Yeah, and just to add to AHS, there, Spruce Meadows has numerous food services and restaurants within their facility, so they deal with AHS, I'm going to say probably on a daily basis, if the truth be known. And yes, and they've always been good stewards and good neighbors. So, when there's issues, you bring it to their attention and they deal with it. So like I said, I have no issues with this. Thank you.
okay, so we have that motion for approval from Councillor Alger. Councillor Alger, just want to check in with you. Page 106, there's a note, council is requested to provide direction on whether they wish to delegate authority to the development officer to review and accept conditions. So are you going to delegate that authority as part of your motion?
I would be happy to add that to the motion also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have that motion for approval with delegating that authority, and option numbers or advisory condition number 6 is staying in related to the dark sky bylaw. Anything further, Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. So who sort of polices, for lack of a better word, if they're, the numbers start to increase from what they've proposed here? Like that's Foothills County, right? So.
Go ahead, Director Emery.
Yeah, we don't actually police, but we set limits. We ask the applicants to adhere to those conditions. If the applicants are expanded beyond that, then they're not in compliance with their development permit, and they either have to reapply for their development permit, come back before council, or they have to stick within their conditions of their development permit, and that means all their conditions. So, it isn't possible for us to police these things. We simply don't have the ability to do it. We put a lot of faith in our landowners to stick with what they're doing, and that's the maximum. Sherry can attest to this, as she wasn't allowed to pick up her dog till 4 o'clock on Sunday the other day, which was a condition of a development permit. So we find our landowners are very, very responsible and maintaining the rules because they like to continue their business.
Well, that was just kind of the point, or the thing that I was pointing out, like, how does that work? So just to clarify, and yeah, that they are required to abide by that. So.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. It also says purpose of application, council may require a public meeting. Has this gone to public in that area?
Director Hemingway.
No. Direct control development permits have no public circulation. There's no area circulation. There's no advertisement. They come directly to council for a decision. We offer you the opportunity to table the application, and we will schedule a public meeting, a non-statutory public meeting, to allow for the opportunity for the community to participate in that, but for you to hear from them, basically. And I'm not sure what else to say. And the motion, I believe, was discussed that a public meeting was not necessary.
Okay. I guess I'm just reminded that when we did the area structure plan, what would it be, 2-3 years ago, that was public, and I don't think there was a single person that expressed any voice of concern. So widely
With
recognized.
their neighbors, they work really hard with their neighboring community. I mean, I don't know, 30,000 people a day. So some of these events go through here. They really do know how to handle crowds.
Okay, so we have that motion and I'm not seeing anybody else, so I will call the question. All in favor of approval? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to D3, Draft Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan Design Guidelines, page 55 of our agenda. Thank you for joining us, Deputy Director Granson and Planning Officer Sidhu. Great to have you with us. I'm not sure who's taking this, but whoever it is, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, council members. So on page 55 of the agenda package, you'll find a report regarding the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan's proposed design guidelines. This includes a current draft of the design guideline document. So to give you a bit of a background and context for this presentation today, the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan is located over lands directly east of the town of High River and Highway 2. This is between Highway 23, so north of Highway 23 and directly south of 498th Avenue East. And you can see on the right here is the general phasing concept as seen within the adopted area structure plan. This area structure plan was adopted in November of 2022. And then in February of 2025, amendments to the area structure plan were granted to include provisions for a data center campus, as well as amendments to maps and text with respect to the land use concept, transportation concept, and phasing strategy. As part of the implementation of the area structure plan, the creation and adoption of a design guideline or design guidelines are necessary. Furthermore, the intermunicipal development plan between the town of High River and Foothills County discusses the development of design standards for this area as a common gateway for both municipalities, as well requiring coordination with Alberta transportation and economic corridors as the plan area is adjacent to 2 provincial highways. In March of 2025, the previous council reviewed a prior draft of these design guidelines and provided direction regarding specific provisions or revisions, pardon me. Today, I'll provide a review of those revisions as directed by council, as well as a fulsome review of the draft design guidelines for your discussion. And at the conclusion, we'll request direction with respect to steps moving forward. Based on council's direction, the guidelines may be further revised and/or council may direct staff to proceed with circulation for internal, external, and public feedback. So the goal of the design guidelines is to ensure the development of the plan area is visually appealing, functional, safe, and sustainable in order to attract businesses and customers, enhance accessibility, and promote consistent standards across the subject lands. This sets out clear expectations for development. Council and the Development Authority, let me restate that. This sets out clear expectations for developers, council, and the Development Approving Authority. The objectives include creating a strong area identity, safe environments, and a visually appealing gateway development for both Foothills County, but also our regional partners of High River and Alberta Transportation. Before providing an overview of the revised design guidelines, there were a few specific items that the previous council had requested revisions to following the previous draft in March of 2025. The first item was to clarify standard practices with regard to landscaping buffers. This is primarily at lot frontages to implement specific landscaping requirements and address aesthetics and visual screening of parking, loading, and storage areas. The previous draft considered a buffer depth between 2.5 to 5 meters or potentially greater, and was seeking direction from council to determine what distance was appropriate. Council directed staff to further investigate standards of similar guidelines in business parks. Staff suggests that the application of high quality materials and landscape designs had a greater impact on the aesthetic benefit of these buffers than the actual physical distance. As such, staff is suggesting that a minimum buffer depth of 2.5 meters be implemented, with the ability for the Development Authority to require greater distances where deemed necessary, depending on the specific site considerations and nature of the application. Additional clarity was also included to ensure that appropriate vegetation and other landscaping is provided within this buffer area. Another concern was with respect to snow storage, specifically within stormwater facilities. Additional policy was included to specifically state that consideration for snow storage is required within parking designs, and that snow storage would not be permitted within stormwater swales or stormwater management facilities unless specifically addressed within the required stormwater management plan. Next, council directed that they were of the opinion that parking areas within the front of properties, so between the building and the front property line, would require paving, but that paving would not be mandatory for side or rear yards. Policy has been revised to identify this requirement. The dark sky policy, so specifically with respect to signage, it has been clarified and elaborated to ensure clear guidance and expectations. Staff is still seeking direction from council regarding electronic signs, as the dark sky bylaw does not specifically address technologies such as LED arrays, panels, and digital signs. If council does feel appropriate, digital signage may be considered if used in a static state and if operated at appropriate lumens. As well, review by Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors would still be necessary, and their comments should provide additional considerations for us due to the proximity of Highway 2 and 23. An additional definition to outdoor amenity space was included following the previous draft. The complete glossary can be found on page 76 of the agenda package for your reference. Other revisions made by staff include within the special design areas section, we updated language to provide clearer wording for where this section applies and regarding the access requirements along the existing service road. Within the evaluation checklist, an additional definition for should statements was included to identify that these standards are required unless detailed rationale is provided by the developer demonstrating an alternate solution or intent. A comment was brought up regarding the use of directional language, so the use of shall versus must. Current municipal documents generally use the word shall to identify mandatory requirements. However, current practices do favor the use of must. The draft document currently uses a mix of both. Prior direction from council was to revise all statements to shall in order to align with current county documents. We do suggest it may be prudent to use must in this case with the intent of implementing the use of must within other county documents as they are updated. We are looking for direction from council on that as well. Maps and legends have been updated throughout with a little clearer quality and fonts for better legibility, noting that additional improvements may still occur with final formatting of the document. And finally, I'd like to note that several of the alphabetical policy points did have errors with formatting, so you may notice improper labeling through the ABCs. This will be corrected once formatting of the document is finalized as well. So moving on to the guideline document. The question is, the document starts with why do we need a design guideline? So Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan provides a policy framework to guide the development of a highway, commercial, and business park, as well to outline future infrastructure requirements on the subject lands. Being located between two highway interchanges and with significant highway frontage, these lands were deemed to be regionally significant, and the guidelines have 7 principal objectives. These are to create a high quality, aesthetically pleasing, and economically viable development that will be attractive to businesses, to provide a safe environment for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians, to create a development that is easily accessible and navigatable, to ensure that gateway areas create a welcoming environment as visitors transition between the town and the county, to ensure visually attractive frontage along Highway 2, to establish a consistent design standard that's applied throughout all new development in the ASP area, and to create a strong identity for the plan area. These guidelines are intended to apply to all new development in the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan lands, as you can see outlined in red here. This includes exceptions for existing uses and agricultural operations. The guidelines include provisions for special design areas, which are primarily adjacent to Highway 2 and in visually prominent locations like corner lots and end view lots, and the gateways to the plan area. The guidelines are intended to outline specific requirements and have the ability for exceptions to be considered by the Development Authority when strict compliance is impractical. Such exceptions may be required, may require specific justification and applicants. Pardon me. Such exemptions may require specific justification from the applicants in order to ensure that the overall design integrity is still maintained. And the expectation is that developers are responsible for reviewing and understanding these requirements to ensure compliance with the design standards. The next section speaks to building location and orientation. So buildings are required to be street facing with the goal of simplifying access, ensuring visibility, and enhancing the community interaction. Multiple building developments are encouraged to adopt a cohesive campus style layout to unify the site design, creating desirable space. And developers are encouraged to include consideration of building orientation to take advantage of natural light, passive and active solar energy, and of course aligning with land use bylaw district policies for property line setbacks. Access and parking and site circulation is included within the site design section. So access is required to address multi-mode transportation. Entry points for vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians are required throughout and must ensure safety and convenience. With each lot gaining access from a municipal road surface, there must be clear signage and visible addresses for both safety and easy navigation. The parking design guidelines are directed to avoid dominating street frontages through the requirement for landscaping breaks to visually and functionally break up large parking areas. Staff and overflow parking are encouraged to be located to the rear or side. Lots, requirements for pedestrian connections throughout the parking areas, and secure bicycle parking storage. Site circulation is addressed through ensuring sufficient space is provided to accommodate anticipated vehicle sizes and the equipment on the site, as well as emergency vehicle access. And safety considerations like backing out across dedicated pedestrian routes, maintaining visual sightlines for intersections, crossings, and ensuring vehicle-oriented uses like drive-throughs are located appropriately to ensure queuing is not impacting public roads, pedestrian safety, or site maneuvering. Again, within the site design, we have a fencing and screening and landscaping section. This addresses the design, materials, and scale of such. Foothills County already has screening standards, which this plan area is expected to meet. However, additional guidelines include requirements for visual interest and sets a maximum height, fence height. This generally encourages best practices, such as including a mix of vegetation and solid materials, fences with architectural features like pillars, articulation, and ornaments, and the use of vegetation to break up building masses. This section defines soft and hard landscaping, maintenance requirements, encourages utilizing stormwater where possible for irrigation, and landscaping to address stormwater management. Lighting, utilities, and security. So developments are expected to align with the county's dark sky bylaw, with lighting directed downwards and inwards to sites. This section also includes policy to encourage integration and complementary design for lighting and signage, considerations for solar and energy efficient fixtures, and using timers. This section specifically prohibits signage with lights or flashing or running lights. It should be noted that the dark sky bylaw, as previously noted, does not have specific provisions for newer technologies like digital or LED signs. It does have provisions for internally illuminated signs. With further communication with Alberta Transportation, staff suggests that the inclusion of additional policies specific to this type of sign could be considered if council feels it's appropriate within regulation. Utility and service elements, including loading areas, waste areas, and recycling facilities, are primarily addressed through locating to the rear of lots, or in less visually prominent sites, and providing appropriate screening from roadways. Policies for implementing security measures specifically prohibit coil razor toppers on fencing. Other than this, security facilities are encouraged to be integrated in the overall site design with consideration for safety, site circulation, lighting, and aesthetics. Outdoor amenity and outdoor storage spaces. The site developers are encouraged to create spaces for use by employees and or public attending the property within their overall site design. This could include shelters, benches, tables, and waste receptacles. Outdoor storage of materials is not permitted, with the exception of dealerships selling vehicles, equipment, or farm implements. Stored goods are expected to be contained within structures. Outdoor display areas are addressed within this section, which allows for equipment or items that are sold by that business. This section also limits the size and the overall mass of display areas and the landscaping requirements for such. The building form and design scale, the building form and design section talks about scale, proportion, and materials. The building form and this section of the guidelines addresses architectural standards, building masses, emphasizing entrances through design, material quality and coordination, and encourages general high quality character. The stormwater management section encourages integration and design. Again, it is anticipated that stormwater management will be completed through multiple forms, including ponds, overland, drainage, and possibly piped underground infrastructure. Stormwater facilities are encouraged to be complementary and even features within the overall site design and landscaping. Stormwater management is required to also address snow storage. And for signage, we have a general section, a wayfinding section, and an identification section. The signage section addresses the general sign provisions, as well as freestanding business identification signs. It generally implements best practices for the aesthetics and integration of within the overall site design. Prioritizes functionality and efficiency for navigation and safety, such as ensuring appropriate sight lines are not obscured by signage. There's a special design area section of the design guidelines. This is specific to Highway 2 and high visibility areas. This specifically highlights the properties abutting Highway 2 as seen in purple on the site plan, the left site plan to the right. As well as prominent locations as seen in the right site plan, such as corner lots and end view lots, which are highlighted in yellow, and the entrance gateways to the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan, which are shown in orange. This section is particularly important for implementing the ASP's goals of creating a high-quality commercial development. There are also additional considerations due to the proposed removal of a portion of the existing service road paralleling and abutting Highway 2, as this is intended to be realigned to an internal service road, and those properties within the west portion of the plan area would gain access from that new service road to the east. These special design guidelines are in addition to the preceding general design guidelines as laid out in the other sections of the document. This section defines where the special provisions apply, with additional requirements for display areas, access, site design, building design, screening and landscaping, and access provisions for that service road. Within the design review and requirements, we do have a checklist. Pull it up here. An evaluation checklist, which includes specific criteria. The applicants are required to basically go through it and identify whether they have been addressed or if they feel that they've been addressed. Specific criteria are identified as either shall or must. There are should statements and there are may. So again, we did add the should, which is basically identifying that it is required unless it is not possible, and the requirement that they do identify why it is not being addressed. And then the may provisions are basically just best practices or recommendations, or even just ideas and concepts for them to consider. So with that review, so staff is seeking direction from council. We have a few different steps which we are looking to move forward to. We have given 3 options for motions. The first option is essentially to move to formal internal review and external agencies, including the town of High River and Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. If council is generally in support of the design guidelines as drafted, they may choose to proceed with those engagements with agencies, as well as doing some public engagement with landowners and business owners, interested parties. Or the third option is that if council generally is not satisfied with the plan as is, we will go back and make additional comments before going to any external circulations. So we would likely do a internal circulation to our public works, fire, emergency services, and then bring back for council's review at any of those stages. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Director Granson. A lot of stuff here. Perhaps I'll start it off since it is in my area. I'm familiar with this in our 2A corridor, and I know that this will be probably the #1 issue of concern that business owners and developers will have coming back. So I do think it's important that we spend time and get it right. I guess 3 items I'd like to talk about from my perspective. Sidewalks. So number of mentions in the guidelines about sidewalks, the requirements of where they go, how they're positioned and such. But I didn't see anything in there in terms of the sidewalks being wheelchair accessible. Now, maybe I missed it. But I'm just wondering, I guess, is that addressed through codes or something else, or do we need to be adding it in here, I guess?
Certainly, I believe that's a good question. It's my understanding that the building and safety codes address accessibility to the building itself. We do have parking provisions that require accessible parking stalls to be adjacent to ramps onto walkways. And then the buildings themselves are addressed through, or the thresholds into the buildings are addressed through the building and safety codes. I would have to confirm with Public Works Department about our sidewalks or sidewalks that are in public right of ways, and those transitions into the private as well.
Okay, Director Hemingway.
I'm just seeing if Director Kruger's online, but I don't believe we have standards for sidewalks in the county. And if we did, that's where accessibility would be addressed. Typically, if we don't have a set of standards, then we would utilize the City of Calgary standards, which are available for us to utilize. And they, of course, address accessibility or requirements for accessibility. And perhaps he'd like to speak because he's now online.
Go ahead, Director Kruger.
Through the chair to the floor, yeah, Director Hemingway's correct. We don't have servicing standards so for that we would require City of Calgary standards, which cover things like wheelchair ramps and accessibility on sidewalks.
Okay, so that would be included as part of their development permit conditions, or?
It would be a requirement of potentially that, but also when we get our engineering as well. We could make sure that that's included in there.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, Dr. Hemingway.
I don't believe that all applicants are going to be required to construct sidewalks. It depends on the locations within the plan areas where sidewalks are required. So it's not everybody.
Right. Yeah, no, just want to make sure that where sidewalks are, that it is made wheelchair accessible, because the county's had mistakes in Kaylee in the past. So second of my three items, parking lots. So on page 64, 65 of our agenda, it talks about the parking lot layout and makeups. So when I look at the parking lot requirements, a lot of shalls, not much for shoulds or mays. And as I read this, I'm thinking that this is designed for small parking lots like doctors' offices, small businesses such as like that. But parking lots similar to what we see at the Walmarts or Home Depots, or even in High River, like at Canadian Tire, PV Mart, McDonald's, Tim Hortons, or when we get out into this area, the church, none of these parking lots would be allowed, I guess, under these requirements, just because of all of the shalls and what's required there. So in my mind, I think a lot of the shalls under parking should be changed to shoulds to allow for some flexibility. Because I'm thinking that there's going to be businesses out there that will need larger, more open type parking lots. And my final one, outdoor storage and outdoor displays, page 68 of our agenda. So outdoor storage, visible outdoor storage is not permitted except in the case of dealerships that sell vehicles or equipment, implements. So I guess maybe I'll start outdoor storage versus, well, then we use the term outdoor product storage under C, 2.8C, versus outdoor display. So is outdoor display permitted under the land use district in everything here, or is it only limited? Like when I look at page 72 under the items directly onto Highway 2, it talks about outdoor display. So is outdoor display allowed everywhere in here and just the outdoor storage not?
Would you like me to answer that right now? I was just going to double check the land use district, but yes, that is generally the intent, is that businesses would be able to have display areas for their products that they do sell. But certainly within, the intent is that it's a retail and commercial business park. It's not an industrial site where they might have materials stored on site, or outdoor storage of like a stockpile, things like that. There is some provisions for additional inventory. So, I mean, it's so difficult to guess, but with like a farm implement dealership, you might have kind of your formal display in the frontage, and then of course they are going to have additional inventory that is just expected to be stored in an organized manner, essentially, but which could be at the rear or the side of the lot. But the intent is that certainly anything in the frontage would be a display, a showcase of the products that they have, and not just storage areas for the products that they happen to have on site. That's
okay. So for instance, a garden center, it's kind of a mix of display versus storage. I mean, they bring out the pallets and stack everything up right out front. So we would consider that outdoor display, not outdoor storage.
Again, for that use, for a business that provides not raw material, but I guess like construction materials, things like a wood yard, it would certainly be considered. Again, I would suspect that the intent would be, you would have a product display to showcase, your landscaping products, whatever it be, within the front, potentially if they chose to, with the materials that they're selling wouldn't necessarily be on prominent view. So like a lumber yard, you could pull through, collect those materials and pull out within storage area. I believe that would be seen, as appropriate. I'll maybe go to planner Sadhu.
Go
To
ahead.
the chair. It also specifies under 6.1.2 display areas along Highway 2 that display areas are specifically for equipment or items produced or sold by the business located on the lot.
Yeah, so to clarify, I think, there is considerations for the materials that they sell if that is what their business is. But the intent is that those display areas are for a show, a showcase of what they sell and not for storage of the materials or for loading of those materials. There is also loading provisions within the storage and loading areas are to be located to the side or rear. So something certainly like a lumber yard or a landscaping material business, they could have that as kind of a side or rear yard operation, and then have the displays in the front be the intent.
Okay, so looking at that lots that abut Highway 2, section 6.1.2, so page 72. So this is the display areas specifically related along the Highway 2. I guess I'm just thinking about, we've got, 3 equipment dealerships there right now, and it's all, lined up from the north property line to the south property line is an equipment display, with the exception of the road access in. So there's a few pieces under here that simply wouldn't abide by, such as 6.1.2B, or C, or D, or E, or F.
So
Sorry, am I wrong?
yeah, so existing businesses, there are some exemptions in there to allow them to continue operating as they do. But future development in that area would not be able to be in that form. I believe in the March review, or might have actually been even prior. See if I can pull up. There was Julie, former planner Julie McLean had provided a slide presentation of examples of other developments. Let's see if I can find that to give a bit of a review.
I guess I'm just suggesting that perhaps we need to rethink this portion.
Well, the intent is that the existing development there is not what was directed to be seen in this area. So the goal was that we would have provisions to allow them to continue that because they do exist, but that future development in that area would have a higher standard than that they would actually, not be able to line a row of 20, farm equipments, pieces of farm equipment along that frontage. The intent would be that they would highlight, a few specific units that grabs the attention, and that they would have the majority of their inventory to the rear of the yard.
Yes. And so if we're taking the display away from the front, we would then replace it with parking lot? Is that, I guess I'm just suggesting that maybe we're going down the wrong road with that section.
The intent would be that basically between each of those display areas, the developers would have some sort of landscaping so that it would be a nice looking property. the frontage of the buildings would have, a limited, a few rows of parking. So, push, basically bumpering up to the building, typically with a double loaded aisle and one facing out. Potentially there's opportunity for a second row, but really it is the design guidelines encourage kind of an aesthetically pleasing building with with a display of highlighted products in front of the building, and access for public, easy access for public to the front of the building, and that additional parking for staff, additional storage for product stockpile would be located to the rear, so that you're not seeing you see the pretty facade, but you don't see the background operations. And that is the intent, is basically to have the businesses prominent, not parking prominent, not storage prominent. Like we do typically see in those, when you arrive at Walmart, you see, 40 acres of parking is the first thing you see, right? That's not the intent of this, of the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan.
Okay, Director Hemingway.
Just a question, Drew.
Mm-hmm.
Along the highway frontage, though, the goal is to remove that service road and have a rear service road. So entrance to these, so the highway frontage can be display and a nice building and some parking, but really the parking lot's going to be on the rear side of the building where you enter.
Yeah.
And so when the public comes in or a customer comes into these highway frontage sites specifically, they're not coming in from the highway side, they're coming in from the east side generally. So it makes for a very complicated site. You have to be quite careful because the building is going to have like two fronts, a highway frontage side and then a front coming in from a front door for customers coming in from the east side where the road will be.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I don't know if our newer elected officials realize that is the goal is to remove that highway frontage service road ultimately and have a double fronted road. So there'll be businesses on two sides of the roads. There'll be a highway frontage set of business and then a row of businesses on the east side of the road. You don't want a road with just one side to be developed. And that highway service road needs a lot of work. So our thought process is we would eventually close it and hopefully sell it back to the businesses and they'd have a little bit more space. But no, the goal is to not have a highway frontage service road, is to have a rear service road. So these businesses will have two sides of, they're a little bit more complicated, a little bit different. Not unlike the businesses, the highway commercial businesses that we just looked at, contemplated in the Western Gateway Business Park development, where they'll have a highway frontage section, but the entrance is not there. The entrance is on the other side of the building. So you basically have to develop two fronts.
Okay, that was the only three items I had. We'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on both the previous comments there. So if Brandt and the other implement dealer there, and I believe there's a church along there as well. So how do you then, if they're grandfathered in, how do you then integrate this, abolishment of the existing road if that's their existing entrance, if they're grandfathered in? I don't know. Just seems a little confusing.
Yeah. Well, maybe just bring up a map. So through the chair to Council Kendall and I guess all of council, to give a little more background on, there was within the development of the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan and the current landowner feedback, because it was expressed by council and the county public works department that we would like to realign this road. So I'm just going to share my screen. So yes, as you can see, 121st Street East swings west and parallels the highway. The intent is to basically bring it in behind these lots. Now, most of these lots should generally be able to access from both sides without a lot of kind of reorganization. At this north end here, this landowner did see a lot of interest in keeping that service road. So there's discussion about basically having a bulb down to here and then removing it from that property south. And then the remaining properties would basically access from the east. So these three sites here, for example, we have the dealership. This one's the dealership. The church is further south. Again, they would be able to access from the east. Now, there are provisions to allow those existing businesses to, they have existing sites. We don't expect them to tear their buildings down and reorientate. And certainly with, for example, the church parking, it is located to the side, so it's not directly prominent. With existing businesses, we do always encourage them to make improvements and try to align with those new guidelines. Or if they were to come in for an expansion, we could implement, additional requirements at that point. But those are, there's certainly existing sites we're trying to accommodate and also work into the new plan. But the goal is that any new developments coming in would have kind of a higher standard. Now these lot frontages to the highway, the expectation is that, yeah, they're going to want that highway display. But they're not accessing from the highway side once that service road comes out. So they would eventually, whether it's an existing site or a new site, they would eventually have access from the east. They'd come in, have, their general customer parking on the east side in their building, and then they may have a display area on the internal side facing that internal road, as well as a highway display. And then the guidelines set out the standards for kind of how those could look. Sorry, I'm still trying to find Julie's previous presentation.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Kendall?
I did just have one more question. Just kind of a financial one, I guess. How much it costs to build that road initially and now it's just going to be torn out? Just wondering about the economics of that.
Who wants to take that? Or is there
I can speak to the development of these existing parcels. The ones that were developed subsequent to the adoption of the area structure plan, which contemplates a different service road alignment. All the development permits were required to illustrate how they would move their access so that they could accommodate the change in the road. They're well aware of it. They didn't really feel like it was an impediment or an issue for them, particularly if they were able to access that service road for their own property in the future. So it's nothing new for them. I would have to defer to Director Kruger with respect to costs of the road. We are taking contributions for road intersection construction. There's a great deal of infrastructure that needs to be constructed to support this area's development long term. But the service road itself is falling apart. So we had to make a choice whether we were going to keep that service road and completely rebuild it, or look at relocating it and be able to service it and have lots on both sides of it. So it's a much more efficient use of the road. The more traffic and businesses you can get on both sides of the road, the better off you are, the better tax base you are, versus a one-sided use service road that we would have to rebuild anyway. But I can't speak to the cost specifically.
okay? Municipal Manager Eva Cameron.
Through the chair to the floor of the question. So the original service road was constructed by Alberta Transportation when the overpass was put in. So it's been there a substantially long time. There used to be a service station there at one time. And, you know, it's had work done on it since then, and the northern portion was moved to part of 498. Cost-wise, the county has not borne the cost of the construction of that road, although we bear the cost of maintaining it. In the future, looking at the study for the roundabout on Highway 23 and the timing of the removal of that service road, a lot depends on how quickly development proceeds with respect to you know, commercial, industrial in that area. But it's probably, you know, 15, 20 years out. You have to reach certain traffic volumes before the service road will need to be removed anyway, the connection. And so as development comes forward, they will actually bear the cost of removing the service road. And eventually, there is a possibility it'll be incorporated into their properties. So, you know, there'll be a benefit to them, and then they will give up some future road, which will tie in better to the future access to that area. The present connection on the south end of the service road to the highway doesn't meet standards. So eventually, it has to connect further east on Highway 23, which is the roundabout that's being proposed. The exact cost, I mean, if we went in there tomorrow and started reclaiming that road, I would suggest, you know, we would be a few $100,000, a couple $100,000 to remove the road and, you know, put topsoil back on it and have it back to grass. But for right now, it's not anticipated that will be a county cost. It will be a developer cost.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and just, well, you actually asked my question earlier, but I just wanted to ask a few more. Yeah, I think, the section 6.1.2, what if we were to say Bluegrass wanted to move down here and open a garden center? They're gonna need a lot of storage and a lot of area. So again, I think that section needs to be looked at a little differently as far as storage. And my other question is reclaiming the road versus fixing it up. Do we know, or roughly? Thank you.
I'm going to go to CAO Payne for that.
Yeah, I just want to provide maybe some additional clarification for council, Mr. Chair, around this reclamation of the existing service road and the idea to move a central, what in the planning world's called a double loaded road versus a single loaded road. And really the philosophy behind that is one of cost efficiency long term. So we may have X number of lots developed in that area. Once they're developed, they're there forever. If we have two roads that we're maintaining, the tax base is in that area is paying for the maintenance and long-term operation of two roads versus one. So it seems silly at this point in time, not seeing it fully developed out, to be talking about reclaiming a road and then moving it to another location that's used in the future. But long-term, if we were to do a simple cost calculation, you'd see a substantial savings in tax dollars and a better use of tax base from that area, maintaining one central road that's loaded on both sides versus two roads in the same number of lots, but much increased responsibility long-term for maintenance of both of those roads and fixing them up, repaving them, doing all of that. Not cheap, as council's aware, with the numbers you've seen in many of the projects underway currently. So it's really a longer term perspective to make a better, efficient, more efficient use of our infrastructure with a set amount of tax base in the area long term.
Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron.
Yes, I've up just a diagram here of a partial of the road system. So we can see the eventual roundabout on Highway 23. So the existing service road comes out. I hope you can see my cursor. Anyway, right, dog bone. I don't know why instead of an arrow, but anyway, that it comes out here. And temporary, there will be, it'll come up this far. And I know it's very difficult to see, but you can see the road will eventually come this way. And this road is the service road that eventually will be eliminated as per this plan anyway. And plans do change though, over time. But that is the plan, and this meets Alberta transportation standards. So you have to be a certain distance from the overpass. And the first intersection has to be a certain distance north of the traffic circle, roundabout traffic circle, whatever we wish to call it. So that's the future road system as is planned as of today.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you for that photo you showed of Grant Tractor at Sunbrook. Where is that located?
I do not know. I was not present during the preparation of that presentation. If you want, I can share a few just to kind of give a bit of context, but is that one here? That's this one or the Red Deer one? Okay. Sorry. Yeah. If you want, I can bring it back up.
I would just point out that probably wouldn't meet our 6.1.2 either. If it was facing the number 2.
Yeah.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you, and thanks for the work and presentation and other comments. I was just looking at the recommended next. You have a potential next steps on page 58, so there's a whole list here. And then options 1 and 2, they have different directions from, I guess, which agencies or departments are to be circulated. So can you speak to why in option 1 you've got the town and external and some others, and then in option 2 you have landowners, etc. So can you explain your 1 and 2 for your recommendations to council?
Certainly. Through the chair to Councillor Ohl or Deputy Revol. So yes, so option 1 is basically to do a formal circulation to our internal departments as well as a formal circulation to High River and Alberta Transportation. The intent would be that we would take their feedback, make any revisions or bring those suggestions to council prior to basically going to public at all. Whereas option 2 does include bringing landowners and existing business owners within that area into that. Not necessarily that they would provide feedback on High River or Alberta Transportation's comments, but just to be able to get their comments before further revisions. So it was really just depending on council's comfort with where the plan's at right now. We don't expect major changes from High River or Alberta Transportation, so that's kind of where we thought we can implement their revisions or implement their recommendations, bring those to you, and then go to the public, or we can go to the public now. I mean, we'd probably still do them in that order of operations, but just not to bring it back to council before going to the landowners. So it just kind of depends on how often you want to see this before proceeding to the next phase.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Chair, just to follow up, essentially it would be a timeline decision, I guess. How long is this going to take to do all the different I guess referrals and then come back, and whether it's sufficient to do them all first, or if you need information to be able to share that will answer questions if you go to public. And so I guess considering the ESP was a little, it's been a couple of years now, just wondering if there is going to be a real big commentary from transportation in terms of what they're going to see here.
We're not expecting a lot. We do have some pointed questions about lighting and signage that we'd like to ask them. We haven't proceeded with that just because we wanted to see what council's direction was first. But my understanding is that, you know, the road and access designs, things like that, including the removal of that service road, have been reviewed by them. And that, you know, if we were to change direction and say, yes, we want to keep the service road, for example, that may have more implications from Alberta Transportation than, you know, basically if we're aligning with that area structure plan, they've already provided general comments. It would mostly be the things that would now affect the highway. So things like signs and lighting for the most part.
So I'm guessing even if you do it in the order you're suggesting, you still might have to go back to another agency after you hear from everybody. So I'm just wondering, maybe the local councillor might have a suggestion.
We'll go to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the floor. So the proposed east road that would take over traffic from the road adjacent to the #2 highway, as that is built towards say the church down at the bottom there, the cost of connecting to that road, it would be borne by that, I assume it's a publicly funded church. Those tie-ins to the new road, would there be any cost sharing there required, or would that cost be borne by those businesses and that church down that road?
Director Emery.
Don't know what you mean by a publicly funded church, but if we're building the road, just like we do when we upgrade all roads, we construct approaches. So we ensure that the approaches are located, if it's necessary, and constructed, and if it's necessary, move any fencing and landscaping associated with that. So not unlike any other big road project we do, it would be the same. We're, of course, we've only had 2 development permits or maybe 3 in this whole thing. So we feel it's a long-term project, but we are taking a contribution from what we currently anticipate would be some of the costs from the landowners that are being approved to locate in this area for this work. Although we don't have a full costing of the roundabout or any of the utilities. As the landowners wish to move in advance of having that information, we ballparked it and they did pay that. I think those were pretty good deals and those numbers are going to go up significantly. But as I stated, when the county upgrades roads or builds roads, we build approaches as well.
Thank you for that. I guess when I said publicly funded, I meant to say privately funded church. I'm just looking at the way that their parking lot is laid out now and connecting to the new road allowance to the east looks like it would be a significant cost to that church. That's all I was trying to get at. The businesses along there could probably afford it more easily, but I was just concerned about that. That's all.
Okay. So we have our options on page 58. So option 1, proceed with internal and external agency circulation, then council review. Or option 2, proceed with circulation and engagement. That's engagement with the public prior to council review. Or further revisions and review by council prior to circulation or engagement. So I guess really the only concerns that I heard this morning was the parking lot and the door display. So that could be dealt with after circulation. You could,
yeah, and we can implement some draft revisions during that circulation period. Really, I don't think that's going to impact the comments from the agencies. And we would bring those revisions back with the agency comments.
Okay. So, Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Granson, is there a reason that we can't do kind of a combo platter of option 1 and option 2 and just send it out to everybody and save a step? Or perhaps everybody except the public and then get all landowners and everybody involved and then fine tune it and then send it out to the public? Or I just see saving one step by combining everybody.
Certainly through the Reeve to Councillor Alger. I mean, for potential next steps, we basically have to do an internal agency circulation, an external agency circulation. We'd like to do engagement with the interested parties. So those are the landowners and the business owners in the plan area already. And then the next step would potentially be a public meeting or public engagement. So that would be landowners beyond the plan area, or public advertisement. So yeah, we wanted to get your comfort level on where the design guidelines are at right now, because there's new council members. It's been almost a year. So we wanted to see, if you're generally comfortable with it, we probably could proceed with going to the landowners at the same time as the internal agencies and the external agencies. But if you weren't comfortable with it, we felt we could probably implement revisions in either instance. I mean, it's probably appropriate to go to do a formal circulation to our internal agencies, High River and Alberta Transportation. Even if you wanted bigger changes to this, we could go to those agencies and get their comments, and then bring all of those back to you. We thought, like, if you are comfortable with it, we can also go to the landowners at the same time. We don't, from a staff perspective, we didn't give the option to go to full public engagement yet. We weren't sure if you'd want public engagement or if you'd want a public meeting for this at all. But we thought that should come after you've given this another review with those agency comments first. So certainly a combination. Fine. To give you a short answer.
Okay. I just know that when we do go to engagement to public, that 6.1.2 will be a stickler point with businesses along there. So I don't know if we want to deal with that first or just proceed. Lots of farm equipment would not be allowed to be displayed at the front, given the size restrictions on that. So. I guess I'm suggesting maybe further revisions and review by council prior to circulation, just particularly that 6.1.2, but I don't know if that's where council wants to go.
If I may, is it like, I mean, I provide the examples. We were basically looking at what other, successful business parks and display areas we're implementing. So, I mean, we've in 6.1.2, we have that 1 or 15 meter width, and that basically accommodates, a large piece of equipment or maybe a couple small pieces of equipment, with the intent that, you'd have a cluster here, maybe some landscaping, another cluster. If council feels that's too restrictive, you certainly do have the option of giving us direct advice and saying, let's allow for 20 meters of width, give them a little more flexibility, or that really the intent is to not have the entire frontage just a row of equipment, no matter what that equipment is, and try to encourage a bit of landscaping integrated in there. From a economic perspective, the one piece of equipment catches your eye. You don't necessarily need 10 pieces of equipment. You generally know, if you're seeking that type of equipment, you generally know what they have. So you don't need to see every single model. With vehicle dealerships, we see rows upon rows of pickup trucks. Well, we know they carry pickup trucks. Do we need to see that many of them to draw us in and investigate that site? So that's really what the goal of the display areas is, to draw the customer in. you investigate what they have, whether you're actually buying one that's on display or one that's off-site that can be shipped to you, or maybe in storage in the back. Those are all options. So the goal is to kind of bring the focus to that highlighted display. The business exists, draw the consumer in, rather than basically having these vast rows of equipment or materials on display, and that we found is less sightly, and actually sometimes discourages purchasers from coming in because they see an unsightly site and think, I don't want to buy there.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Combines are big pieces of equipment. And the last time I drove by Brant, I don't know how many there were, but I can't really picture them having one combine out front and then having some place to put the other 10 combines. I just think you're going to have to provide some exemptions for farm equipment. I like the concept. I love all the work. I understand what you mean about, the appeal along Highway 2 there, but this is agricultural area. This is farming community. That's what High River has. I don't know how many dealerships there are for implements. There's lots. And that's what High River is to me, is farming area. And if you're going to put some kind of restrictions on, like, it just doesn't seem practical. I think in light of that, I think the option 2 to talk to Brant, and is it New Holland or Vanny? What do they call themselves now? Along there, I think you better get some input from them before going further, because I just can't see them having more room for all that equipment. It's a lot of equipment they have there. And I have no problem with it along Highway 2 whatsoever.
Okay. I guess I was reading that as being a public meeting in option 2, but I don't see that there. When would there be a public meeting on this?
So if council wants or feels that a public meeting is merited, I'd suggest going with probably option 1 or 2, so we can bring back revisions to the plan and then proceed. If once you're happy with it, generally you would proceed with the public meeting to get additional like outside public comment.
So that'd be option 2.
Option 2, and then we would bring it back to you and then proceed with the public meeting.
Okay. So Councillor Kendall, was that an option for, or a motion for option 2 to proceed with circulation and engagement prior to council review further? On page 58. So it'd be circulation, internal and external, and engage with landowners. Oh, your mic, sorry.
I'm just trying to find it. Yes, but option 2, engagement with the landowners there. I just think your implement dealers are a horse of a different color, and they have to be treated accordingly and with all due respect for the amount of time they've been here and for the economic impact that they have on this community.
Okay. Thank you very much. Deputy Lowell.
Thank you. Just checking that external is a catch-all. Does external catch everybody in number 1? And then I think you've got everybody included, and then you use your time wisely to collect that feedback and then do public later. So internal, external, but you also have town, AT. Does that fit within the external written in that particular motion as is suggested? Okay, if that's the case, then I'm satisfied with 2. Thank you.
Okay, and engagement with landowners, I believe, was part of that. Okay, so we have that motion. Anybody else? All those in favor? Motion carries. Council, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. Thank you. Welcome back, Council. I think I'd like to go into closed session to cover off some of the big things we got there. So if someone could give me a motion to go into closed, Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. It is lunchtime. I would take a motion to break for lunch. Who wants to give me that? Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. See you back at 1.
So
Welcome back, council. So we had in our closed session, we talked about F1 board and committee appointments. So why don't we turn to that? First off is our assessment review board. We have some names and suggested motion. Anybody like to give me a motion for the assessment review board? Deputy Revol.
Sure. Before us, we have 2 additional names to acknowledge all those appointed. Now, would you like those to be read out or just as per the staff report?
I think in the interest of time, we can just acknowledge the returning
Sure.
items since there's no change.
So in this case, we would acknowledge the current appointments with the terms to expire either 2026 or 2027 year end. And then 2 additional names to be added, that being Neil Rubaniuk and Dawn Larson.
Okay, we have that motion. Any questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Dunbo Rec Board. That we acknowledge the 4 returning and also appoint Paul Howarth. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd give you the motion to acknowledge the ones that are not expiring and add the appointments of Andrew Bennett, Scott Ashton, Susan Killam, and additionally, potential new member Paul Haworth. I guess I would give you the motion to appoint Paul Haworth as well. Thanks.
Oh, I see what you, okay. And Kurt Giesbrecht as well? Did he list him? Okay.
And add Kirk, yes. Sorry.
Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. Blackie Rec Board, Sue Willoughby, not expiring, so just acknowledge her appointment. Anybody give me that motion? Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Economic Development Advisory Committee. So we have a number of returning members that are, oh, some of them are expiring, okay. So we would want to appoint the reappointment of Don Francis, Hayden Noor, Kesson Westhaver, Miguel Parabic, Pat Steer, and to also appoint Craig Russell and David Olson. Anybody want to give that motion? Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. FCSS appointment is not expiring, so just acknowledge Barb Beery and her. And who'd like to give that motion? Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Foothills Okotoks Rec Board, just acknowledge again Roger Taylor's appointment, which is not expiring. Anybody want to give that motion? Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Historical Committee, 4 names there, not expiring. So just acknowledge those members. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. If I missed something, please just jump in as we're going quick. Marigold Library Board, 1 member not expiring, so just acknowledge that appointment. Want to give me that motion? Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Northwest Foothills Rec Board. We have 4 members to reappoint. 3 to reappoint plus 1 additional to appoint. Colin Hill being the new appointment. Anybody give me that? Sorry, Councillor Callister, give me that. All in favor? Motion carries. Rural Foothills Policing Committee. So I believe we can only have 2 on there. So the appointment was Dan Killam and Jen Magnus. Deputy Revol.
Sure, to appoint Dan and Jen as provided here. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carries. Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. So we got a couple items here. Council appointment to the Subdivision Appeal Board, acknowledge the existing ones and also appoint, I believe, Brian Saltman and Don Larson, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
So moved.
So moved. All in favor? Motion carries. And the Community Standards Appeal Board, these were the same names as the previous one, I recall. Okay. So appointing again, acknowledging the appointments that are not expiring, and then the additional appointment of Brian Saltman and Don Larson. Councillor McHugh.
Sorry, I didn't see the appointment there. I thought it was just acknowledging, sorry. And appoint Don Larson and Brian Saltman.
Okay. Got that. All in favor? Motion carries. And Agricultural Appeal Board, so nobody new here, is that? So I'll just be acknowledging the existing ones, or was there new? Annual. Okay. So to reappoint all the existing ones that are expiring as listed there. Okay. Councillor Alger gives me that. All in favor? Motion, sorry, was there an opposed? Was that, I didn't quite catch you, Councillor McHugh, were you in favor? Okay, sorry. Motion carries. Airport Advisory Committee. This is a new rework of a previous. So new applications, Dennis Fox, Pedro, and Richard to appoint. Anybody want to give me that motion to appoint those three? Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. West Winds Communities, acknowledging previous appointment of Marcia Reed. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. Rural Fire Board, acknowledging everybody. There's nobody new here. Councillor Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Yes, with all returning, so moved.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carries. Diamond Valley Library Board, just acknowledging the existing appointment, Laura Kendall. Was there actual appointment? Did councillor appoint Laura Kendall to the Diamond Valley Library Board with terms to expire December 31st, 26? Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would give you the motion to appoint Laura Kendall as the council representative to the library board.
Okay, got that. All in favor? Motion carries. ASB, so this would be just to acknowledge the existing appointments. It's not on our sheet, but we did talk about it later. You may give me that motion to acknowledge those appointments. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. And finally, board and committee vacancies that council authorized admin to re-advertise all those boards and committees positions that remain vacant as of today. Anybody give me that? Councillor Kendall? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you for that whirlwind. Let's go to F2 RMA resolution. So this is follow up from a resolution a few weeks ago to direct administration to draft a potential resolution to go to the Foothills Little Bow, hopefully to go then to RMA in spring. I guess my name is on here, so thank you to administration for drafting this up. We certainly have a interesting history with regional planning / regional control in the area. Very appreciative of the minister and the province removing the regulation that makes made the growth management boards mandatory. I think that was a positive step, but we do still have the piece in the MGA, which I think needs to be removed. It sits in the MGA and has no purpose and no value at this point in time, and so it only makes sense to get rid of that piece. Particularly having it left in there makes it too easy for future governments to simply by regulation bring all this nightmare back into our fold. So this resolution is just to get rid of that and make it easier down the road, make it more difficult should a future government choose to go down this road of red tape creation and money, taxpayer waste money down the road. So thank you, administration, for doing this. I do like it. I think CAO Payne has a couple of potential revisions, and I'll turn to him for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our Legislative Services Manager for assisting with developing this proposed resolution. I was just thinking for council consideration, we could maybe add a fifth whereas that brings the ICF and IDP requirements out of the background and up into the sort of the reasons why we'd like to see this legislation amended this way. Just to really indicate that the purpose of an ICF and an IDP somewhat negates the requirement for a regional board because it does deal with planning issues along boundaries. It also deals with intermunicipal shared services and collaboration among municipalities. I know many of the members read the whereases and that's where the reading stops. So maybe it's good to get some of the key information out of the background up into the whereas. And then just also adding maybe some context in the background to state that part of the reason for this request is to really protect the autonomy of individual municipalities and the accountability of elected officials rather than creating another unelected level of government that has no accountability to the public. So maybe just a good point to add when it comes to the floor at RMA if we're successful in moving this through the RMA process.
Okay. Open up to the floor. Any comments, questions? Deputy Revolt.
Sure, just had a minor amendment that might go along with it, and perhaps just I could provide that for overall everyone's review again afterwards. I just thought of instead of provided by CMRB, it was actually prescribed by CMRB. So just a little stronger word on the bottom there as just an option. And then maybe since you're going to rework the member background, maybe this isn't necessary, but essentially you're just you're stating information, but again, maybe just circling it back with a final statement such as removal of all references is requested in the operative clause. So something that just reminds us that we've read through all of this, but we're not left hanging. We actually just want to go back to please remove somehow. Don't forget, reminder, go back to the operative clause and the reason why we're doing it. Thank you. That's everything.
Okay, so I guess I'm looking for a motion then to approve this resolution going to the Foothills Little Bow with those amendments as proposed. Or something else, Deputy Revolt.
I'd be very pleased to, but I also wonder if this is one where you might want to move it.
I'd be glad to take it from you.
Yes, I
Okay.
thought you might appreciate that.
Take that. Anything else? Okay, I don't see anybody, so I will ask the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Do you have time for D5? Let's go up to municipal planning items. D5 Cole, Southwest 11, 21, 1 west of 5, page 119 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. In June of 2025, council granted first reading on bylaw 44, 2025, authorizing the redesignation of a 5.12 acre portion of first parcel out of the Southwest 11-2101 west of the 5th Meridian, located in Councillor Alger's division. All conditions imposed on this application have been met. We are now requesting second and third reading on bylaw 44, 2025, and we the 4 councillor members that were participating in the public hearing back in June are able to vote on this bylaw.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No concerns and happy to give you the motion for second.
Okay, we have that motion for second from Councillor Alger. Anything further? And again, this will be just for the be returning councillors. I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And third, from Deputy Reeve Ohl, all in favor? Motion carries. I don't think we have time to go into subdivision approval at this point in time, so let's just get set up for our hearing and we'll come right back. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. I will now open the public hearing for ET Equities Northeast 20, 22-3 west of 5 road closure for purchase and consolidation of road plan. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and our Municipal Advisor Harry Reeve Cameron. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you. I will outline the procedure for our public hearing this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from our Municipal Land Administrator, Donna Fowler. After she is done, we will then turn to the applicant for your comments or presentation, whatever you have. Following that, if there is anybody from the public that wishes to speak to it, I don't see anybody yet, but if there is, we will then hear from them. Following that, we will then go back to closing comments, starting with the applicant and then the county staff. At each stage, we will give opportunity for council and administration to ask questions to clarify. With that, I will give the floor to Municipal Administrator Donna Fowler for her presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you is for the closure and purchase of a portion of the road plan within the northeast quarter of Section 20, Township 22, Range 3, west of the 5th Meridian. This application was made by the landowner of all parcels adjacent to this road within the quarter section, ET Equities, Inc., represented by Lee Thiessen. The subject road plan is located south of the subdivision of Prentice Greens, southwest of Highway 22. The subdivision currently serviced by this road consists of 7 country residential lots, 1 municipal reserve lot, 1 environmental reserve lot, and a balanced agricultural parcel. The subdivision was created in the early 1990s by the applicant's father, and all lots are still owned by the applicant and remain undeveloped. The subject road was built at that time, but the FAC and CCC process was never initiated. Therefore, the road has not been accepted as a public road and is not maintained by the county. The parcels adjoining this road plan are heavily treed, and the road plan is bisected by a major Nova gas pipeline. In addition, this quarter section is significantly impacted by the Prentice Creek flood hazard mapping done by the province. The applicant intends to make several applications to achieve the final vision for this parcel. Some of these, it consists of some of these things. The boundary adjustment for lot 2, so take off the top bit of that lot 2 parcel and consolidate it with the large northern portion, the egg parcel, and to also consolidate lots 2 through 7 into one large parcel. Agricultural lot, it'll be about 41 acres, that's all south of the road. To request the redesignation and purchase of the 4.62 acre MR parcel, and to amalgamate that MR parcel, lot 11 and the roadway into the balance AG parcel, to be about 93 acres, including the roadway. Should the applicant's numerous applications be successful, that would leave one large 93 acre agricultural parcel, a second smaller 41 acre agricultural parcel, and one small 0.33 acre ER parcel. Both egg parcels could be accessed via the shared access point off 256 Street West. And there's also another access on the north, but that contains a bunch of Nova gas line infrastructure. The public hearing was advertised in the Western Wheel on December 3rd and 10th and posted on the Foothills County website. Adjacent landowners were circulated with no responses submitted. Agencies and utilities were circulated with no concerns, and the application was also circulated to internal departments at Foothills County with no concerns identified. Public Works provided some observations on the application, which are included within the staff report. Today, we submit to Council 3 options for their consideration. Option 1 would be that Council grants first reading to the bylaw to authorize the closure for purchase of a portion of the road plan within Northeast 20, 22-3 West 5, containing 4.52 acres more or less for purchase and consolidation. Access would be denied. This would be subject to ministerial approval prior to second and third reading of the bylaw, as well as subject to the successful consolidation of lots 2 through 7. And lastly, subject to the successful redesignation, purchase, and consolidation of Lot 8 MR. Option 2 would be that Council postpones their decision to allow administration to gather more information. And option 3 would be that Council denies the application at this time. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions, Council or administration? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I just had a question. Maybe it's more for the applicant than you, Ms. Fowler, but just wondered why you weren't just reclaiming it all, like as one complete parcel, why the 41 and the 93 acres? Just curious.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that definitively.
Sorry, just a second. We'll come to you in a moment.
Oh, sorry.
For comments and answering questions. Right now, we'll just stick on the. That's probably a question more for the applicant. Okay. Okay, so for MLA Fowler, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this Chair to MLA Fowler, I guess so is why option 2? What were you thinking we might need more information on?
Through the chair to Councillor. I traditionally just include that should you bring up a subject I hadn't researched or didn't have an answer to. So hopefully I have answers to all your questions today.
Okay, thank you for that. And through the chair to Municipal Land Administrator and or the Development Authority, is it within Council's purview to have the ER parcel removed?
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I believe there is a process to go through under the MGA to get the ER parcel redesignated, but I don't believe that that's something we're looking at this time. It's a water, I think, course, or it's heavily impacted by water where that ER is currently a sensitive area. So I don't know that we would want to necessarily, but that is certainly something we can investigate should Council want us to.
Good follow-up, go ahead.
I guess just through the chair to the Development Authority, would you have a comment on that ER parcel? I guess, is it surveyed out at this time?
Okay, we'll go to Director Hemingway.
Yes, it's a separate titled parcel. It's very difficult to get the province to allow us to consolidate that back into the lands. It's a significant process that may not be achieved.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, I think Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron has more.
Only once have we ever transferred an ER, and the only body you can transfer them to is Alberta Environment and Parks.
Okay. Dr. Hemingway, did you have more? Go ahead.
I have a question for MLA Fowler. You may not know this. Has the county maintained a letter of credit on file for FACing of this internal subdivision road?
Through the chair, to Ms. Hemingway, we had a look into that and we don't currently have a letter of credit that we could find, but the Public Works Department had said that they could look a little bit deeper, but they went to accounting and they couldn't see anything on file. I was thinking perhaps the applicant might have a bit more information.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. I have another question, and this may be more to the applicant, but I'll start with you. The approach to what will be the 93-acre agricultural parcel, I realize we're not dealing with that today, but I really think it needs to come in from the north somehow. Did Public Works or any discussions occur with respect to an alternative approach to the balance coming in from the north side off Curtis Greens Drive?
Thank you through the chair to Director Hemingway. I asked Public Works about that in particular. They looked at it a second time and said they'd have no concerns with the dual approach, considering it has that cutout that's off of 256 Street.
Okay.
And there isn't currently an access along the north side off Curtis Greens Drive, but it is used primarily for the pipeline facility that's up there. Something could be investigated, I'm sure, though.
I was anticipating a new access on the north side, east of the pipeline right of way, just across the street from other accesses that are up there. And the only reason I suggest that is because there's quite a bit of water down at the shared access location, particularly going north off that road on the east side.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you for going down a few wormholes here, just in some details for the future portions of this. One is there any possibility of redesignating that ER2 and ERE since it is surveyed out? It's the same issue? Same issue. Thank you for that. And then when I was looking at the draft bylaw, is it customary that a road such as a Foothills County road is considered a public highway just by the sheer definitions on this particular wording? Is that the way they always are?
Through the chair to Councillor Ohl or Deputy Reeve Ohl, we treat the road plans the same as anything else. The minute it's on the survey and it's shown as a road, it is a public road. Our public has the right to access it because it's listed as such. So if we were to complete this today and then it would deny the public any access to it.
Sure. It's just the terminology highway that I was thinking was overkill. So, but that must be the typical designation because it's called it's listed as a highway in a couple of in the draft there as opposed to roadway. And I just wondered if that was typically what it was called.
Sorry, if I may, to Deputy Reeve Ohl, the bylaw, it is usually stated just like that at the top. This was the form for the bylaw came directly from Alberta Transportation, and for all of them, we stuck with that, and that's what they seem to approve. So we haven't wanted to change the recipe.
Keep their terminology. That's everything for now. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Continuing on with the road questions. I forget the history. What was 184 developed because of the development, or was 184 in place and then the subdivisions were done around it?
If I may, through the chair to Councillor Alger, it was created specifically for this little subdivision, and it was done by the applicant's father, I believe, originally. So they gave up the land for the road and the MR to create the subdivision, and it was built solely for them.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that clarity.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, through the chair to Municipal Lands Administrator Fowler. How are we going to determine a value for the MR? Like, this is a pretty unusual situation because the MR is taken in lieu of cash. So if the 7 lots come out, what are you going to do with that?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor McHugh. I'm glad that you asked that. It's a question we'll bring up once the applicant makes the application to close or to redesignate and purchase the MR itself, which will be coming after this application, should it be successful. I would make the case that they contributed the land as well as the road. So I think how we determine the value for that, I would hope that we would take that into consideration, but the setting of the price would be set by council, and we'd make some specific requests at that time, considering that it was their land pre-subdivision. Thank you.
Director Hemingway.
The same question will come before council when we're looking at the valuation of the road. If council chooses to support this application, the land was theirs. The county has not maintained it. There's been no expense on behalf of the county. However, we do have a bylaw and a requirement to sell county land at the market value unless we undertake certain aspects as required by the act. So that'll be a decision of council at a future date. But, we'll certainly provide you with the information you need in order for you to make that decision.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, sir. One more thing just popped up. When I'm looking at my map here, it says the MR is owned by Nova Gas. Is that just a misnomer? But it's under a separate title is what I get.
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, I just recently asked GIS to correct that. Nova Gas was leasing our MR there for a laydown area when they were doing the pipeline. That expired in February of this year. So the next iteration of GIS, the next update we get, that'll disappear.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anything else from Manager Fowler at this time. We will now go to the applicant, Mr. Thiessen. Thank you for coming here today. I trust this is your wife sitting behind you there. So if you just want to introduce yourselves and then provide any further input or presentation you may have.
Thank you. My name's Lee Thiessen, and this is my wife, Holly. If I can, just for context, if you look at block 1 top on the northwest quarter, that 15 acres, Holly and I have lived there 30 years. We built the home. We raised 3 children. They're now gone, married with grandkids. So we're just giving you context that we've lived on these lands many years and we're not intending on moving. And that gives you a bit of a feel for our vision and our commitment as next generation curators of the land. And with respect, I know Harry was a part of this with my father years ago when this development went through. So hi to you, sir, from my father. And my dad is 90 and he is, plans change. That's what I would say to you right now. And if you'll allow me, I'm not going to reiterate the points that Donna put through, but like I said, when, my family sat probably in this room in the 1990s, the sales of these lots never occurred, and I can't tell you why. My father was an active developer in Southern Alberta, and we were farming in Nanton, and he was busy, and my dad was a bit of a visionary, but never chose to develop these lands for whatever reason at the time. So as was said, Holly and I have no intent on moving from these lands, nor do we have intent on selling the parcel as it stands to date. I think some of the rationale that I would give you from what wasn't said today by my colleague Donna here was our plans have changed in the sense that a lot of the constraints, as Donna's mentioned, are present right now. And these include the setbacks that are on lots 3, 4, and 11, basically on the new right-of-way for the dueling of the TC pipeline. So and the revised setback relative to the floodplain rules. And then what wasn't mentioned on lots 3 through 11, but in particular 5 through 11 towards 256 is the groundwater has changed materially. So the culvert wells that are in place are still there. The fencing that was in place 30 years ago that demarcated the lots is now gone and rotted away by virtue of water table concerns. And we would be very hard pressed if you look at the new yellow lot in a perfect world to even, there's a couple of building sites on that yellow portion, but certainly not what was articulated at the time when the subdivision was approved. It's just physically impossible to develop. So thus, when, and I've been grateful for the support of the county, both Suzanne, Heather, and Donna, as we've talked through this for years about what would be the best way to take the land back, reverse decisions that were made, rightly or wrongly, and in this case, they never came to fruition. And this is what I fully support relative to some of the best solutions on rolling, or what would I say? Just reversing our decisions as a family and moving forward with what we would call our ranch. I think it's important that I would articulate also that I've talked to two adjacent neighbors right across from our home, Bruce Greenbank, Lyle Nisi's old property. Bruce has been there for the last close to 10 years. I talked personally with Bruce this past week, and Bruce's comments were 100% supportive. He would be willing to even sit here if he needed to be. And I think there's real consensus that 256 is getting so busy with developments to the south on 256 that he was grateful that there wasn't going to be more densification and traffic. That goes for Ron Hill, which is, directly adjacent to our quarter. So south of this potential yellow property line, Ron Hill runs Iron Hill Stables. He's got a half section. Talked to Ron yesterday, and Ron was well aware of this application, fully supportive, and again, willing to talk to council if required. And his comments again were busyness at 256 and preserving the quietness of the future of this community. Mr. Chair, that's about all I have to say. We are next generation. We are here to stay. And I will say, not that you've asked me this, but in full transparency, the parcel is in a family trust. It is not being sold. And so that's for all varying different reasons, but fundamentally we're the curators and we have no anticipation of monetizing. We want to live here peacefully. And as I said to Heather and Suzanne numerous times, how do we live carefully with and find a way to close 184 and discuss what Councillor McHugh was talking about, the value of the MR and how do we go about dealing with this? And I know there's conversations for down the road, but I'm grateful that you're allowing us to make application for the closure of the road. And if you folks have any questions for me, thank you.
Thank you for that. Holly, did you have anything more to add?
Listening to Lee, is it okay to stay here?
No, perhaps you should come up to the mic.
We've lived there for 30 years and it's our backyard. And I walk there with my dog and it's I see it as a nature preservation place. And that's what I said, ultimately wanting to put this land that's got a beautiful creek running through it, returning it back to nature the way it originally was.
Yeah, and not to be, Little House on the Prairie, but we kind of are. Our kids love it. Our grandkids love it, and we're able to just stroll through the country. We're blessed. My dad comes out. He doesn't walk anymore. He sits in the gator and drives with me, and we're very blessed. My dad and mom's vision, and I said again, Mr. Chair, we're just the counselors for the next generation. So thank you for hearing, and we're grateful for this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go to council and administration for any questions you may have of the applicant. Director Hemingway.
Thank you. Just wanted you to address Councillor Kendall's question with respect to why the two parcels, why not taking it back to as large of a piece of land as it was originally prior to the subdivision taking place?
In full transparency, I can't tell you ultimately that the yellow parcel would stay with us in perpetuity. I can honestly tell you the green parcel is there for us. Right now, we have no plans to monetize. We don't enjoy neighbors, as it were. But I don't have a definitive answer for you. Am I against it being a single parcel? No. You know, this was just, I think, some discussions that we had. We have a really interesting shared access point at 184, as it were. You know, we don't need a defined easement. If that's the case, where there is demarcation between the two parcels, but yeah, respectfully, I'm open. We are open. ET's open to conversation if it's a single or two. We would prefer the way it's laid out here, but I would be open for conversation.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the applicants. Thank you for your presentation. If you can just clarify, so you live in the northeast corner lot, which of those?
It's the far northeast parcel, block 1.
Right, okay. So when you go down past the 5 lots on the bottom, on the map I have here, there is 2 more, but that's in your neighbors? Is that just?
Do you have that map? This one's here?
Yeah. It's on page 16. And it just sort of shows 2 lots, a long skinny, like spaghetti shape cut in 2, kind of at an angle. That would be the neighbors, not yours, I'm presuming. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just kind of.
Oh. Yeah, Councilman Laura, that is Ron Hill's property that I mentioned. And that parcel was subdivided along the existing TC line. So that's the demarcation between the 2 lots that, funny enough, my dad owned that land and made application for subdivision on those 2 parcels. And Ron bought them both, but they are 2 separate parcels, nothing to do with this application.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification on that. Yeah, and just to follow, I was just kind of curious, but you say it's just sort of an arbitrary decision that you've made to have the 41 split off from the 93, but you're not really attached to it for any reason? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, anything further? I'm not seeing any further questions. So Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen, now would be the time for closing comments. I know it's kind of a little bit awkward when there's been nobody else, but now would be your opportunity for anything closing.
Do you have anything? Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no further comments.
No further? Okay, we'll go back to Municipal Land Administrator Donna Fowler. Any closing comments?
Thank you. I have nothing further.
And back to Council and Administration. One last chance for questions, comments. Councillor Callister.
Just one question. Was the plan to close off the road access at 184? Like to barricade it so nobody can go in there? Or were you leaving that open for yourselves to use, or?
Yeah, I've had that conversation with Suzanne and Heather numerous times. Councilman Callister, we have a gate there that remains unlocked, but it's there just from nuisance, privacy, and basically there's all kinds of access in the back into our areas also, but it remains open. That gate has been there for 30 years as it is. It was reinstated there when TransCanada Pipeline leased the road and built that gate there. So it's always been there. That's the only comment I have to say to you. It's available for Fortis and Miota and all the rest of the services in the area.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Fowler, just on the timing of all the different balls that we got up in the air for this application, do you foresee any issues with, like, we got to do the boundary adjustments and all that kind of stuff first before we do this? Do we not? All those things have to come into play before we close this road.
Hi, thank you, the chair, through to Councillor Alger. We felt that this was the correct first application because if you weren't supportive of the road being closed, then the rest of the plan kind of wouldn't work. But if we were to close the road and give it first reading, we would hold second and third reading contingent on the rest of the plan going forward. I spoke with Director Hemingway and she felt that the boundary adjustment would be relatively simple. Then they wanted to redraw part of lot 2 to kind of cut off the top of it and move it into that north ag parcel. That might take a little bit more time, but that would be a planning application. The most time consuming part of the procedure would be the municipal reserve, closing that because that will require a public meeting, as you know, and go through all the steps there. But if we were to start that relatively soon, if the applicants were to make that formal application and request, we can get it to council within the next few months. And hopefully have everything all buttoned up long before the 2-year bylaw expiry. And as you well know, that the AT submission can take quite some time before we could even have this back for second and third anyhow. So this should afford us enough time to get everything completed, but we wouldn't request second and third reading until the rest was completed.
All that is cleared up.
Mhm.
Perfect. Yep, that makes sense. Thanks very much.
Okay, one last time. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any, so I will close the public hearing. Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen, you are welcome to remain in the gallery to see what the decision is of council, or you can watch the meeting link, the YouTube link online. Alternatively, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, but being Christmas and New Year's, those minutes won't be ratified till January. So either way.
We're allowed, are you folks making motion now? Can we sit in the gallery or should we?
Yeah, you're certainly welcome to sit in the gallery and watch.
Okay,
sure.
Thank you. And allow me to thank council. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much and enjoy your day. Do we need to change meetings or are we good to continue? We're good to continue. Okay, council, why don't we proceed with this while it is fresh in our minds? So page 13 is the start of it and the suggested or optional motions are on page 28. Council Division 4, who would like to start us off? Deputy Revol, go ahead.
Thank you. This is in Division 4, and I just wanted to refer to the applicant's page 18, which is a summary of the reasons for the presentation here before us. And I think many of you have asked the question here about the process and how to proceed. So I think in recognition of our municipal land administrative Fowler's explanation, this would be the first process, which would lead down the pathway of the reconsolidation of the lands, which is the goal of the applicants and landowners to achieve their 93-acre ag parcel, 41-acre ag parcel, and the outlier 0.33-acre ER, whatever the future may be with that. But if you refer to the applicant's rationale, it's stated well on page 18, as well as was shared in the hearing, that essentially the long-term plans have changed. The lots are now subject to many different constraints. And of course, recently the pipeline, which that was a major project that caused a lot of changes in the entire area when that project took place a couple of years ago. And it's much cleaned up, but so over the last while it is starting to heal, but that is a big impact on these lands as well. So there being additional new setbacks, the recognition of the movement of the water throughout all these years. So there's been a real change in the lands basically affected by movement of groundwater and other significant water-related issues. There has been additional flood mapping that has been done by the province, which also impacts development capability on there and the real opportunity of any particular building sites. So due to all of those constraints, and this being the first in the process to achieve the ultimate goal, I would support option 1, which is the granting a first reading to this bylaw in order to authorize the closure of a portion of the undeveloped road plan in Northeast 2022-03 west of the 5th Meridian. and when appropriate, I would be happy to move that motion, but I would also respectfully ask for any other thoughts on it. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on it. Thanks.
Okay, I will take that motion from you. Any further, Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say how refreshing to see a reversal of the trend. Very, very heartwarming, and does my heart good to see this. But I am just a little bit inclined to love to see the whole parcel returned, or those other two portions that are obviously divided off, but to see the, what was it, 93 and 41, I can't remember the numbers, be just one whole unit, just, to kind of stand out on the map, as this was once, 15 parcels, now it's back to one. So, but that's just my personal preference. And I would give you a motion to that effect as well.
Okay, so we have the motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl. Are you proposing an amendment to the motion? Is that to understand?
I would give you that amendment.
Okay, and then go to Deputy Reeve Ohl. Would that be considered a friendly amendment?
Today, we're just looking at the road closure, and I think we're going to look at the land use change in the future. That'll be coming back to council for consideration. So I believe that we're only dealing with the road today. So I believe that is separate from
Sure.
that discussion. Thank
Sure.
you. But thanks for sharing your opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm just trying to read that myself. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would speak in favor of the motion on the floor. And sorry, how are we considering the subject twos? Are those advisory conditions, or are we just going to wait till we have ministerial approval? Or are we putting those down as advisory conditions or conditions 1, 2, 3? Specifically, I guess that we're working on the ministerial approval. That's what this road closure bylaw is for. But do we need to add subject to the successful consolidation of lots 2 and 7 as a condition, and additionally the successful redesignation, purchase and consolidation of lot 8 and MR as condition 2?
Director Hemingway.
We would recommend that council include those as conditions of their first reading. I don't believe that causes any trouble with the bylaw with Alberta Transportation, does it?
Okay, thank you for that. And through the chair to Councillor Ohl, would you consider it friendly to add those 3 as conditions?
Go ahead, Deputy Ohl.
Thank you. So in recognition of the provided order of business, if you want to go back to that page 13, that does fit within it. And it looks like it is carefully worked out through our planning department. And I would fit with that it would be recognizing that those measures have to be in place in order to achieve the ultimate goal. So yes.
So yes, have those as conditions added in. Okay. Anything further? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just quickly, just a little bit of conjecture and comment on the idea of consolidating it all into one parcel. I'm ecstatic as you are to see the reversal, and I think that's a little bit too much to ask. If it is also already been explained that south 40 acres is has a lot of water and is not really buildable on, and so I do see a little bit of rationale from the applicants for leaving that 40 out. And the concession made and the gain here for agriculture is wonderful. That's those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we have that motion of approval, first reading from Deputy Reeve Ohl. Anything further? I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Long process has begun. Okay, council, let's see if we can get through subdivision approving authority in 16 minutes. Motion to go into subdivision. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. E1, Cole, Southwest 11, 21-1 west of 5, page 125 are of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is the subdivision of a 5-acre first country residential first parcel out of the full quarter section, we're leaving 152-acre balance. This is in Councillor Alger's division in the Southwest 11, 21-1. Council granted third reading on the bylaw earlier today. As its first parcel out, we do not require municipal reserves. I have reviewed the conditions, which include requirements from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridor. I would be pleased to ask for council's approval of subdivision.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alger.
No concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The Alberta Transportation, yeah, because their driveway is coming off of Highway 552 is the reasoning for that. And there's a bit of a stub that they need to do. And they have already done that. I believe the driveway is done. And have no concerns with the subdivision. So I'll give you the motion for approval.
Okay, have that motion. Anything further? Ask a question. All those in favor? Motion carries. E2, Sutherland, Southeast 2823 west of 5, request for time extension, page 132. Director Hemingway.
Mr. Reeve. Mr. Sutherland is requesting a second time extension. This is in Councillor Kendall's division, and the original subdivision was approved in October of 2023 and was granted a one-year time extension in September 2024. So it has expired. The applicant has paid the fee and is requesting another year time extension to complete the conditions as required. The staff report indicates the incomplete conditions as the highlighted ones on page 133 of your agenda. And there is a letter from the applicant's agent included in your package, which again simply requests the time extension and council's consideration of allowing additional year time extension.
Thank you for that. Comments, motion from council in Division 3, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, I would have no problem giving this resident his extension, and I would give you that motion when the time comes.
Okay, I'll take that motion right now. Motion to approve the time extension request. Anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. And E3, Holden, Northwest 36-21-2 west of 5, request for subdivision, page 137. Back to you, Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is two separate parcels and two separate applications for subdivision and contained in one staff report. So we are first one is a subdivision of 1 3.9 acre parcel and 2 4-acre parcels, leaving a balance of 17.98 from block 3, lot 3. The second one creates two about 5-acre country residential district parcels with a 21-acre agricultural balance from block 4. Council did complete the redesignation of these parcels earlier today, and now we're requesting subdivision. So you'll note in your agenda package, there are two separate motions of approval that I'm looking for. Starting on page, this is where I get confused, 143. 143. So the subdivision requested for block 3, lot 4 is included here, and we have a number of conditions. And then subsequent to that, please, I would request a subdivision of block 4 again with a number of conditions. They are slightly different as there are some geotechnical analysis required for the block 4 application.
Okay, let's start with block 3, bottom of page 143. Request for subdivision, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, no comments and well spoken to by Mrs. Hemingway. As stated in the staff report, the public reserves have already been provided for, so I have no issues and would give you the motion for subdivision.
Okay, I'll take that motion. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. In reviewing the conditions for both of these, as was noted by Director Hemingway, there is an additional condition on the one that we're looking at next, but I just want to clarify that there was no need for the designation to sub-district A in this case. Oh yeah, it is. It's in set number 6. So you've got sub-district A in number 6, but there was no need for geotechnical.
Was a very thorough analysis of building locations done at the land use stage. I think they did it twice for us. So subsequent to that analysis, we determined that it was required on the lot 4. But the other ones were fine. They had building locations that did not exceed 15% in slope that met all the setback requirements, and they were in excess of 1 acre in size.
Thank you. That answers. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have that motion from Councillor Alger to approve subdivision of Block 3, Lot 4. Anything further? Call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And Block 4, page 145 of our agenda, second piece, and it has that additional condition. Councillor Alger.
Same as the previous block 3, I will give you the motion for subdivision for block 4.
Okay, we have that motion. Anything further? All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, motion to go out of subdivision. Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. We have a few minutes. Let's look at accounts. Those on accounts today, if you had a chance, any questions or motion? Not quite done. Okay, then let's skip over that. Let's do minutes. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, I had a chance to review, so I could provide that motion unless there's other comments.
Okay, got that motion. I'm not seeing any further comments. So I'll call the question. All in favor of the minutes? That motion carries.
Council, just to give you a heads up, this is Pierre David's first public hearing, so.
Welcome here this afternoon. Okay, council, why don't we just take a few minutes break and we'll come back to our next public hearing. Welcome back. I will now open the hearing for Willem Cunningham, Northeast 18, 2029 West of 4, page 29 or 21 rather of our agendas. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and our Municipal Advisor Harry Cameron. Thank you.
Thank you. I will lay out our planning or our public hearing process for this afternoon. So we will start with a presentation from our planning officer, Caroli, this afternoon. Following that, we will go to the applicants and your agent to hear any presentation or comments. Following that, we will go to the public if there should be anybody arrive, but I don't have anybody as of this time. Following anything from the public, we will then go back to the applicant and agent for closing comments, and then back to the planning officer for closing comments. Throughout the process, council and administration will be given opportunities to ask questions for clarity or understanding. With that, I will turn it over to Planning Officer Crowley for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you is a request to redesignate the parcel from agricultural district to country residential district. This is done to allow the future subdivision of a new country residential district lot with a country residential district balance remaining. The parcel is within Division 2. It is located to the southwest of Okotoks, adjacent to the town's limits. It is also 300 meters south of Highway 7 East, 800 meters north of 402nd Ave East, and 4 kilometers west of Highway 783. The fractional north half of Section 18, Township 20, Range 29, west of 4th Meridian, was initially subdivided in 1994 between Blocks 1 to the north and Block 2, which is the subject lot before Council today. Block 1 was further subdivided in 2009 into 3 country residential district lots. In 2001, Council adopted the Sundance Trail Structure Area Plan, which was developed between 2001 and 2021 with a total of 17 country residential district lots, 6 country residential subdistrict A lots, and 3 municipal reserve lots. In 2001, Council also adopted the Wapiti Ridge Estates Area Structure Plan to the southwest, followed by the development of 5 country residential district lots with a 57.54 acre agricultural district balance lot. The subject parcel is presently zoned as agricultural district. It is also the case for the lots to the southwest and southeast, while most of the other surrounding lots are country residential or country residential subdistrict A. The 2 adjacent lots in Okotoks are zoned as agricultural and land holdings district, where the primary intent is to continue to support rural agricultural activities prior to transitioning to urban style development. The proposal asks Council to consider redesignation of the 27.73 acre subject parcel from agricultural district to country residential district in order to allow the future subdivision of one 10-acre lot here. This would leave a 17.73 acre country residential district balance, as shown here, which cannot remain agricultural due to being less than the minimal 27 acres required in the land use bylaw. There is an existing access from the southeast from 2nd Street East, which passes through Okotoks limits and provides access to the balance parcel. This access to the new lot is proposed from the north end of the west boundary, and access to the new lot is proposed from the north end of west boundary of the parcel with the construction of a new approach and road extension to Meridian Street. First, we will look at the south approach for the balanced parcel and then the north approach for the proposed parcel. For the balanced approach, 2nd Street East is a 6-meter wide oiled hard surface road that turns north from 402nd Avenue East and ends with a cul-de-sac bulb, at which point a private driveway was developed within the 20-meter surveyed road dedication towards the lots north of the bulb. Access to the balanced parcel passes through the town of Okotoks limits at 100 meters north of 2nd Street Loop. Public Works and the town of Okotoks have no concerns regarding this access. Facing north from the entrance of the balanced parcel, north of 2nd Street East, the existing approach to the balanced parcel is here. As for the proposed approach on the north end, Meridian Street is a 5-meter wide gravel teardrop end road that is accessed through 387th Ave West. Access to the new parcel is proposed from the northwest corner of the parcel with the construction of an extension of Meridian Street by approximately 60 meters and the creation of a hammerhead roundabout. The construction of a new approach would be approximately here. The application proposes to construct this extension within the existing 30-meter road right-of-way to the same standard that Meridian Street is currently constructed to. Facing north or facing south from the end of Meridian Street, the proposed approach would enter the lot from the northwest. Looking at the physiography on the subject parcel, the general slope is to the southeast on the balanced parcel and to the east on the proposed parcel. The site plan provided by the applicants shows one dwelling, one detached garage, a horse shed, and 3 horse shelters that would be located on the proposed balance parcel. It was also determined that the buildings highlighted in red are hay sheds. The 2 eastmost horse shelters and 1 hay shed may be within side setback distance. As the parcel is proposed to no longer be zoned as agricultural district, a parcel between 15 and 20.99 acres allows for 5 accessory buildings with a cumulative area of 422.7 square meters without a development permit. In this case, there are 6 buildings covering approximately 180 meters square on a 17.73 acre parcel. This means that there is 1 additional building which may require a development permit, but there is no exceedance for the cumulative area. The side yard setback for a country residential district parcel is 15 meters from the property line, depicted here in red. The 3 eastmost buildings appear to be within the side setback distance of 15 meters. If the redesignation is approved, staff proposes adding the requirement for a development permit for the number of buildings and for setback compliance as a condition of subdivision. The application was externally circulated to those agencies as required under the Municipal Government Act. Alberta Transportation, the town of Okotoks, and Fortis, Alberta all provided written responses stating no concerns. The application was circulated to the county's Public Works Department, who recommends the following be provided as conditions of a subdivision approval. A development agreement for the road construction on Meridian Street, and for council to consider the effect of increased traffic on dust generation on Meridian Street through an additional contribution toward a dust-free road surface. The application was circulated to landowners within a half-mile of the subject parcel within the county in blue, as well as the adjacent landowners within the town of Okotoks. No letters were received prior to today's hearing. Notice of this public hearing was advertised in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on December 3rd and 10th, with no written submissions received prior to today's hearing. This concludes my presentation. Mr. Eve and Council, thank you.
Thank you, Planning Officer Crowley. Any questions from council or administration? Seeing none at this time, we will proceed to the applicant and your agent. Would you please introduce yourselves for the recording secretary and then proceed with your presentation?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Bender and I'm a planning consultant. With me today are the landowners, Elizabeth Cunningham and Michael Villam. Just going to share my presentation, Mr. Chair. I just need a second for that. The gallery thing is in my way. There we go. Mr. Chairman, as indicated, this is an application to redesignate the land from agricultural district to country residential district to allow for the creation of a new 10-acre parcel and leaving a 17.73 acre CR balance. The intent is to accommodate a new dwelling on the newly created parcel, and the existing dwelling and accessory buildings will remain on the balance. The landowners have owned this land since 1994 and are wishing to subdivide the north portion to minimize ongoing maintenance and allow them to age in place. Their purchaser has specifically requested 10 acres as they're bringing their horses. In terms of the site design, the subject site is located immediately west of the Okotoks urban boundary, 300 meters south of Highway 7. There is an existing approach off 2nd Street, which will remain the sole access to the parcel. And I think it's interesting for council to note that the 2nd Street road allowance does go that far north. I think you may have noticed in Mr. Crowley's presentation, he had the driveway kind of going onto the neighbor's property and over, but the road allowance actually goes right up there and cuts over. So they're not trespassing. That is the road does go that far. I think you can see it here. In the bottom of our screen. I don't think you can see my pointer, but there it is right at 2nd Street. You can see how it goes up a bit north. It does not stop. You'd assume it would, but it does not. As mentioned, all of the existing buildings will remain. However, everything that's out of compliance, we'd like to retain as existing non-conforming. They are primarily hay sheds and horse sheds, and they don't seem to bother anybody at this point, and they're not really worth going and getting a DP for. So our request is that those remain that one hay shed in the corner, and probably this one remain as existing non-conforming. The new parcel has a very good building envelope. We believe it would be able to handle the conventional septic systems. And because it's 10 acres and because we don't get a chance to have a conversation with council at the subdivision stage, we are suggesting that all reserves be deferred in this case, because that 10 would be resubdividable and this 17.73 resubdividable. And I'll actually make more points about that given our proximity to the town in a moment. In terms of its context, it is one of the last survivors of subdivision out there. It is the last agriculturally zoned parcel on the Meridian, either to the south or north. as well as it has the urban boundary directly east and developments to the west. We are making an application to resemble those applications and those development styles. In terms of its policy, this is located in the central district and it does border an urban boundary. What we are looking to do is just something compatible with what would come in the future with the town of Okotoks. The municipal development plan suggests that country residential development should be located on fragmented parcels. This is an example of that. And it is located within the central district, immediately proximate to an urban boundary. So it's a good candidate. I did want to explain what's going on in the town and why perhaps deferred reserves might be of interest to council here. We have, this is the MDP for the town of Okotoks, and they have identified this site beside the Cunningham Villam property as future residential. And council will recall the gold medal site that we used to have in the county, which is commercial mixed use. So it's a little bit over to the west from Gold Medal, and it does have what's called a residential future. However, in the phasing of this development, you can see that it's kind of last on the list in terms of future area structure plans and lands that the town wishes to develop. So number 1 is Wedderburn, and that's done. And then 2 is Thunderstone, and that's almost done. That'll be adopted in the new year. 3, they're going to start looking a little bit north. 4 is in between Thunderstone, 5 is the east side, and then they don't really come down south until their final sort of phase. And I do know why, and it's because there's a wastewater siphon in the parking lot for the Walmart that needs to be crossed, and it's not easy to do. So that's been kind of a limiting factor for development in Okotoks on the south side for some time now. But because it's a long ways away, it is residential and we don't really know what shape and form it will take. My suggestion is the deferral will help future landowners determine how to mitigate themselves from residential development if they further subdivide. So would it be interlinked to pathways in the new community in the town, or would it have to be a buffer? I really don't know, but there's some flexibility there for future planning. And I think it may be warranted in this instance. In terms of access, the proposed lot would be accessed by the 60-meter extension of Meridian Street, and this would be built to the county's 6-meter single access gravel road standard. And we had discussed that with Public Works, and they were fine with it. What we would do is a hammerhead turnaround, so we would extend, I think Mr. Crowley called it a teardrop, we would extend that south and hammerhead it, and also construct that to the same standard as its connecting road. The balance for the lot doesn't change at all. We're coming off 2nd Street and it looks really good. So just to give council a non-winter idea of what this looks like, this is the 2nd Street access on the left side. This is Meridian Street in the middle, and it's that maintainable road oil, which is what I thought MRO stand for. It is an oiled road with gravel. And and the access, I think this is similar to Mr. Crowley's picture. You can see the dead end sign, and the truck is kind of where the approach would be. So just to give council an understanding, it's not terrible in there. It's a not bad road. It's hard packed and maintainable road oil. We did have a look at the groundwater well, the reconnaissance reports, and the static water level over time. The average static water level is 57 feet, and some of these wells are quite deep, and some are not. So again, the question is it a multiple aquifer? We think so, given the depths here, but we do see that groundwater has been achieved by area developments. And the Cunningham's well is on this list here, Elizabeth Cunningham, 88 feet to static water, 5 IGPM, so not a bad well at all. And then in conclusion, we're just suggesting that this is an application to facilitate these longtime landowners' transition and their willingness and desire to remain on the property as long as they can. This application does align with the MDP, the growth management strategy, and the parcels are designed to fit the land use bylaw. As I'd mentioned, the 10-acre size is being requested because a purchaser wishes to bring horses, and 3 of them usually is what they like, and that we just want to be safe. The bylaw used to say, it doesn't say anymore, but it used to say you could have 3 horses on 499 to 999. And so people are like, I want 10 because I want 3. So it's a very fixed number in people's heads. And this is kind of the case here. And we've talked about why council doesn't like that. But in this case, I think we can live with the 10 only because of its location in the big picture. We received no concerns from adjacent landowners. Ms. Cunningham had been out chatting with folks and had no issues. And I don't know, Elizabeth or Michael, is there anything you'd like to add? Are you good?
Add anything?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. We'll now go to council administration for any questions you may have of the applicant and agent. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bunner, could you go back to the slide that had the of Meridian Street? You had the truck parked there and you said the approach is pretty much where the truck is. So I'm looking at my aerial map and it looks where the kind of the bulb, somewhat of a bulb is, it's quite a ways from the property line, but so this road must be more developed than what I'm seeing on my map is what I'm getting at.
I'm sorry, I think you're right, Councillor Alger, I misspoke. It is, the truck is where the road ends and the approach is a little further. I apologize.
60 meters from that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thank you for that correction.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council administration? We're all very talkative today. I'm just going to go to ledge services. We have nobody from the public to speak to this today. Okay. So we will go back to closing comments.
Sure. One thing I did note in the staff report was there was a request from Public Works Council may want to consider additional contribution for the maintainable road oil. The last time we did that for about the same stretch, it was about $6,500. And I've spoken with the landowners about that and they would accept that as a condition if that's what council wants. Because I think it's going to be around that price. If it's 25,000, different story, but working with the county is great because the MRO, the oil is done by them and reasonably. So we talked about that and we're happy to accept that as an added. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that. And Planning Officer Crowley, closing comments.
I have no further comments.
Okay, we'll go back to council and administration one last time for any questions or clarifications. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. So back to our applicants, just in regards to our second condition related to, on our staff report, page 28, it was suggesting that there be a DP development permit for non-compliant accessory buildings. And I believe I heard you say that you would prefer to let them be non-conforming. Can you just repeat that?
Yes, certainly. It is our request, the landowner's request that those remain existing non-conforming because they're really not worth permitting. It's a horse shelter and a hay shed that could be torn down. So the council doesn't want to existing non-conforming. The preference would be to move them into compliance and tear down the hay shed that's not.
Okay.
But there isn't an overwhelming desire to DP these. So the preference is existing non-conforming for those structures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more thing. Mr. Crowley, you said that the acreage owners within the town of Okotoks were circulated, not just the town of Okotoks?
That's right. The adjacent
landowners
were circulated.
Yeah. Okay. I was just getting clarity on that. Thanks.
Okay, I'm seeing no other from council or administration. So with that, I will close the public hearing. You are welcome to remain in the gallery if you choose to watch council's deliberations, or you can watch it online through the YouTube link found on the county website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified. Minutes won't be ratified now due to the holidays till probably a week into January. So with that, thank you very much for attending and have a good day.
Thank you. And our best wishes to council over the holidays. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, are we able to stay in the same meeting or stay in the same meeting? Okay, council, why don't we deal with this while it's fresh and ready? Page 21 of our agenda, suggested options of motions are on page 28. This is in Division 2. Who wants to start us off? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An obvious area of fragmentation. It's been expressed that there isn't a problem with the contribution to the MRO surface. So outside of that, I really do not have any concerns. Kind of looking at it's a little thinking about Meridian Street and future development. Is this the best way forward? Is this the only thing I'm kind of struggling with? If we do the 10, my only concern is the infrastructure. So if someone comes back and splits the 10 into 2 5s, then it's going to be on them to further the improvements to Meridian Street coming to the south. So I think that's the only, just trying to think through the rationale if it does make sense to allow 2 10s and still having the 17. So I actually see Meridian Street eventually getting extended quite a bit further. And I think that I'm just trying to consider, does it make sense to do it in this phase or to have it completely done now? And from what I can see on this ask, as long as there's a contribution made towards the MRO, I believe I'm comfortable with the application. Thanks.
Deputy Vole.
Thank you. Along the same lines, essentially, we have a bordering community. It was identified in a growth plan from Okotoks, but that's in the long-term horizon, as there really was no objections here today. Plus being central district and looking at that, our public works and the applicants have, and our planning department looked carefully at the infrastructure. So I think they've taken that into consideration. And then just in recognition of some of the potential conditions there, it looks like those will all be able to be satisfied without an issue. So for those reasons, I'm supportive of the application.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I guess it's kind of splitting hairs, but I would say why not 9.99, because then you rule out further subdivision. If horses are allowed on 9.99, then why is 10 required? But just my thoughts.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, I've read this over. I know we talk about cutting up ag land, and this is already chopped up. Yeah, I don't really have any problems with this. I think with them putting the money towards the road and all the other conditions. Sorry,
Get a little closer, maybe.
I'm sorry. You couldn't hear me. Sorry about that. So yeah, I think with the owners putting the money towards the road extension. Yeah, I would put that motion that we approve
Okay, motion for first reading.
for first reading, and
And so
sorry,
condition number 1 then be yes, contribution for MRO. I think I heard you say.
yes, sorry, yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you, yes.
Okay, we have that motion. Director Hemingway.
Thank you. Would council like to set the condition associated with the contribution, or would you like us to communicate with Public Works and come back to you with that information? There was no specific number provided by Public Works. The applicant had suggested 6,500 would be great. This is in addition to the community sustainability fee. However, I'm not sure what Public Works was looking for, what amount Public Works is looking for. And here comes Director Kruger on the screen.
Director Kruger, can you give us something?
Thank you. And through the reef to the floor, as Agent Bunder mentioned, we've dealt with a similar length and 6,500 would be acceptable.
Okay. Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, a couple of things, just in recognition of Councillor Kendall's comment. I think in this case here, this area is going to fill in. It's just a matter of time that it's all going to fill in. So I'm not worried about going to 9.9 to just how would you say, slow it down. The other thing is we're looking at the request to defer the reserves to this parcel. And I'm just thinking if we're going to do that, we don't really want to limit what can easily be more than 2.5s in the future. Just looking at the proximity, it's right next to the town of Okotoks. So the chances are, and plus it's in a future plan, it's going to be developed and it's really going to be out of our hands. So I'm not concerned about the size because it's just got a full planning overlay on that area. The other thing to consider is number 2 in the condition. So back to the mover of the motion, to Councillor Estes, in relation to the request from the applicants regarding allowing the non-conforming buildings. I just wonder if we could speak, if our planning officer could speak to this, or our director of planning could speak to what a suggested number 2 might look like with recognition of what the applicants have requested.
I'm going to go to Director Hemingway first, then we'll go back to Councillor Estes. Yeah, to explain, you bet.
Okay, so if council is supportive of allowing the additional building and the, I don't believe the setback, at least on one of the buildings, has been met. What council can do is include in their motion of approval an acknowledgement that the non-conforming structures are considered, or the non-compliant structures are considered non-conforming. What this means is they cannot be altered or rebuilt if they fall down. So once they're old, and when they feel they're no longer necessary or they blow down, they have to remove them. And this would be in contrast to trying to bring it into compliance. You would get a development permit to allow it to stay there and continue into the future, in which case you can rebuild it. So particularly when structures are old or not worth a lot of money, we tend to allow them to remain as non-conforming, with the idea that they're not going to be there for long.
And just to add a little there, so at any point down the future, if they did want to keep them or change them, they could always apply for that DP. Okay. Okay, so I'm just go back to Councillor Estes on condition 2. Are you wanting? Okay, we'll just go to Deputy Vol first and then.
Sorry, just to clarify, which is the reason I brought up the condition 2. Can we separate that into 2 where we'd have a request for development permit or request for the setback to be sorted out, and then have a separate statement that would state that the building would be non-conforming? Do we need to worry about the setback issue?
Well, we're thinking not, considering the neighbor is going to be the town of Okotoks, and these are non-conforming. So I would
Okay.
suggest that they're tied.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we needed to
no.
separate them.
No, I think we'll remove both those and just indicate the council supports these buildings as classified as non-conforming.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm just going to go put Councillor Estes on the spot regarding condition number 2 with your motion. Are you wanting it to be worded as it is written here, or are you wanting those buildings to be accepted as non-conforming as the applicant requested?
Thank you to the chair. To be accepted as non-conforming.
Okay, thank you. We got that. Oh, we disappeared off the screen. Director Heyman, I still have your name up here. Was that from before or new? I have your name on the screen. Or is that new or from before?
It's new, if I
Okay, go
may,
ahead.
sir. So council would like, I would suggest the council would want to maximize the subdivision potential of this area. We are looking at it as a very dense area, and it will continue. We want to maximize the country resident. We want to ensure that the country residential density can be achieved here and not leave parcels off the table, because then they just be located somewhere else. And this is a good place for them to be, if that makes sense. Also, I wanted to make the point, and this has to do with council considering 9.9 acre parcels not subdividable. You have subdivided 9.9 acre parcels in the past. We would look at the overall density of this quarter, of this fractional quarter. So whether it's an 8 acre parcel on the balance, it will subdivide again further. So if the applicants are looking for a 10 to allow for the possibility of future subdivision and to have horses at some point, I think that's the right way to go.
Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else, so we do have that motion from Councillor Estes for first reading. With condition number 1, clarity in terms of do requiring contributions for the MRO service, as well as condition number 2 being changed to accept the buildings as non-conforming. Anything further? I will call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Thank you, council. So accounts, are we not, we are ready for accounts? Okay, I will go to anybody on the accounts review today, or Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
You want me to make a motion to accept?
Sure, if there's no questions, you bet.
I didn't have any questions. You guys?
Okay, so motion to approve accounts from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. Committee reports, let's go to there, and then I think we got a couple things in closed after that. So let's start with committee reports. Who wants to get us going? Councillor Kendall, are you committee reports?
A trusty little thing here. Okay. I can't remember the last one I recorded. It was so long ago. Okay. FCSS I did on the 2nd, but I think I told you that. John and I were there. It's a great committee. It was our orientation. So yeah. Also attended the emergency management training on Monday, the 8th with most of council from 9 to 2 over at the Ag Building. Yeah, very informative. And thanks to Benita for volunteering to be the rep for that, right? And Councillor Alger for the alternate, is that right? And then I did a Zoom for Northwest Rec. I think that was on the 7th with Councillors Ohl and Alger. And we are in the process of seeking donations for a sports field at the Seaman Sports Park there. That's an initiative that we are undertaking. So you'll see our little donation boxes popping up everywhere. And I think we fulfilled the hole there, right? Councillor Ohl, is that correct? There was a vacancy and it's been filled, right? Yep. Also attended the Diamond Valley IMC here, met a couple of the councillors and one of the alternates from Diamond Valley. Councillor Estes and I attended that, and Councillor Estes chaired that very well. Let's see. Via Zoom, I attended the Ag Services. It wasn't exactly the board. What was that? Reeve Seward. I was there. There was a whole bunch of people there. What was
The presentation on the proposed provincial resolution process.
Thank you for filling me in there on my attendance. It was great. Also attend, you see, I can't remember because I attend so many, I just might add. It's hard to keep track when you're as busy as I am, okay? Also attended at Spruce Meadows with my City of Calgary, at the City of Calgary invitation for the Invest Greater Calgary. Yeah, I had never been to Spruce Meadows since I was a teenager, so that was good and very entertaining meeting there, catching up on the old CMRB issues. Yes, so that's what I've done in the past week, everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, I think Laura covered everything because I've gone to the social services on the 2nd with her, and that was our orientation, as she said. was very good. I'm going to enjoy being on that committee. The local authority officials course was also quite informative. Brought back a lot of memories from 2013. And other than those two, I have nothing else to report for the last week.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only official duty I had this week was I also attended the ASB provincial resolution process, which dealt with the rules of resolutions for ASB. And I'll let the Reeve speak more to that when he gets to his turn. That's all I had. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve.
So just to let you know, it is the last 2 weeks that we didn't do any reports last week and we deferred them. So you guys might want to report some of the ones from the previous week. So I'll just go through here and you might say, yeah, I was at that one too. So we started with December 4th with the Prentice Red Deer Lake Recreation Board. We had our AGM and then a subsequent board meeting. And it was well attended by the local volunteers who head up the community associations in the area. And it was our pleasure to distribute the $40,000 that we have available for our yearly support to the ones who applied this year, which were Prentice Community Association, Prentice Creek Estates Association, West Foothills Community Association, and then a little balance for our bank account to keep everything flowing. So happily, we're going to be supporting the efforts of our community and follow up with all the official letters and support, and then reporting to our council, but also to administration on all of the goings on. We have a full-on criteria that have to be met, and then reporting that is required from those who are the recipients. Then on the December 5th, this is one that also I'm sure will come from our Reeve. I did attend the Mayors and Reeves, which is Southern Alberta. It's always really interesting to get an update from those who contribute. And one that was really well done again was MLA Grant Hunter. And there's a long list that he had, which I can just share. He is kind enough to do his report as a written document, so I can forward that to everyone, or Rob or Reeve can do the same. Then on the 8th, I had the pleasure of attending as well with other council members, the emergency management training session, which was well done by the facilitators who had a much more formal course and really had a great dive into what the role of our municipal officials' jurisdiction is, and our emergency management committee, which we do have and was stated previously. So thank you to everybody who helped coordinate that and for all the participation. Further, then we had the Northwest Foothills on the 8th, Northwest Foothills Recreation Board meeting. And at that meeting, we had an update on our facilities, looked to our council members for updates, also recognize that we are, as was stated by Councillor Kendall, we are working at fundraising towards upcoming projects, and recognize a beautiful contribution from Millerville Sports Association, which is going to be mulled over and brought to council officially at an appropriate time by our department. And that request would be to match. So you will see that an upcoming request coming on that. But the enthusiasm that will be created from the participation between the locals in the projects is always really something to look forward to, because that certainly does make it happen very quickly. And as always, we speak about the various projects and dreams and hopes going on with the wonderful park that's out in the area, as well as a full recap on all the goings on for all recreation in divisions 3, 4, and 5. Then also as an alternate, I just zoomed in and was an observer for Diamond Valley IMC. So I will let the participants in that share their update. And then on I guess the last one was the regional meeting. And so on December 12th was a busy day for everybody. And the regional meeting, which took place, I'll let our Reeve speak to that as well, but essentially was interesting to hear the position of the 8 members and what they had to say in terms of continued collaboration. The last thing that occurred on that same day, which was a very nice event set up by Foothills County, was the annual Christmas party, and just a really nice event. So thank you to everyone who contributed to organizing it and making it very festive, welcoming, and recognizing of all the talent that we have in our departments and all of our volunteers. So it's just really well done. And that is pretty much everything there. Thanks.
Thank you. A few things for me this last 2 weeks. So did attend, as mentioned already, the ASBPC presentation on the PRP to replace the ROP. Or if you speak English, that would be the Ag Services Board Provincial Committee presentation on the provincial rules. No. Oh boy, now I'm really getting mixed up. The acronyms, policy, resolution procedures, provincial resolution procedures to replace essentially it's a document that will be presented in January. I had this in my head to document to be presented in January at the provincial ASB conference to replace the current rules of procedure in terms of how resolutions from the ASBs are dealt with, because there's a lot more involved than simply currently the rules of procedure really only deal with how it is handled at the meeting in Edmonton, whereas this new provincial resolutions policy deals with how resolutions are dealt with through the entire process. So this is something that the provincial committee has worked with quite a bit over this past year and has hired a parliamentarian to help walk through the process. And he was one that gave the bulk of the presentation through this process. So that webinar was watched by quite a few people and not a lot of questions, and it is available on the ASB provincial website if anybody wants to watch it, as that will be put forward for consideration in January. Regional table, so this was talked about a little bit earlier. The 8 previous members of the CMRB met to consider the possibility of a voluntary regional table. Just did not see the merit in signing on at this point in time. Attended Mayors and Reeves, as was mentioned by the Deputy Reeve. Yeah, certainly love that that MLA Grant Hunter comes and he provides that written report, which can be shared. So there's a lot more there than I could ever remember to comment today. Air Cadets. So I attended an local Air Cadet League meeting as they presented to Foothills County a community certificate of recognition. They're just very appreciative of the work Foothills County has done to help them get their land use in line to continue operating there at their facility at the Foothills Regional Airport. CPKC Holiday Train was in Blackie on Saturday. Amazing crowd. I would venture to say probably a couple thousand people came out to that. To see the cold wind, but the warm hearts of Blackie people. A significant amount of money was raised for the local food bank. Emergency management training, as most of you took. I took in that as well. Soccer with Santa at the field house. He certainly gets very hot in that white and red suit and all the facial hair playing soccer with a sold out crowd of kids. And I just want to say a thank you to the Artesia community for the rink that is going to be headed to Blackie ice skating rinks. That'll be well used and well appreciated. So that is all I had for this week. We'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. I won't go into too much on the Diamond Valley Intermunicipal because Councillor Kendall has very nicely given us an update. I did get to chair and that was quite nerve-wracking, so I will have to practice. I also had this past Monday meetings with the Foothills Regional Services Commission. You'll be happy to know that tonnage is not going up this year. It will stay the same for another year. There was talk of 2 of the carriers or amalgamating and possibly hauling to Calgary. So that's going to be looked into a little bit more. And going over to the wastewater operations, it looks like we may need to pig the lines to clear them up a little. They're getting a little crusty, I guess, and possible camera just to make sure that they're still in good operation. But that won't happen until sometime this coming year. Thank you.
Just clarify, that would be the lines going to Frank Lake. Is that okay? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Saturday, December 6th, I was at the BLBH MFRB sponsored by SCCOP, otherwise known as the Blackie Lions Fundraising Breakfast at the Blackie Hall, sponsored by the South Country Co-op. So that's how I started out the week. And then I like Councillor Estes' New Year's resolution to not use acronyms. So it's always appreciated. The LAP, local authorities, is that the pension or learning thing? Anyway, at the emergency management services training, I attended that as well. And that's all I have this week, except for the Christmas dance as well, of course. And yep, just had a little bit of fun. Thanks.
Manager Barrett, anything for you this week?
I just have a couple of really minor reminders. I have handed out your board and committee appointments. I am hoping that if you could please take a look at those sooner than later so that we can ensure their accuracy for remuneration purposes, that would be wonderful. I'm also waiting for an email with your choice of pictures. If you could send that to me so that we can get the budget book up and posted. And I think that's it for me. Just Merry Christmas.
Okay. Thank you. I guess just clarity, Foothills Little Bow Association meeting. I sent an email to council about that, but I think you're ready. If anybody is going, please let Manager Barrett know.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think CAO Payne had sent out that notice in November, and I actually have it in my calendar for the first week of July or January to just double check. And there, you won't have a calendar invite for that one because it comes from Lethbridge, from the organizers. But if you could just put it in your calendar yourself, if that works for you.
Is it on the 8th?
No, it's the 16th, I think. Yeah, and I need to respond the week before, and it's just for numbers for lunch, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so we will follow up with that in the new year.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kendall.
I would just like to congratulate Manager Sherry Barrett as well, because she was not at the Christmas party to receive her 10-year acknowledgement. So I would just like to acknowledge Manager Barrett on her 10 years.
Thank you very much.
And Director Hemingway, any updates from you?
Yeah, if it's okay, I wanted to talk a little bit about what happened at the intermunicipal committee meeting with the town of Diamond Valley. We had a motion made by the committee, or resolution by the committee, to recommend to individual councils to undertake an intermunicipal development plan review. So we'll be bringing that to you early in the new year for your consideration. I'm not confident the town of Diamond Valley will approve that same resolution. So we need to consider our approach and how we'll continue, because I do anticipate that we're going to have some challenges with the town of Diamond Valley continuing to develop on adjacent to our borders without an appropriate interface policy is in place in a statutory plan. I am concerned. I think the council members for Diamond Valley also were concerned that this plan would hold up development, and I would suggest it will hold up development. And if they don't choose to continue to, if they choose not to undertake the intermunicipal development plan, my recommendation to council is that we need to take a strong position on it. And we've warned them for, I don't know, 10 years that this is coming, and they continually to put it off. So it might be a bit of a contentious issue coming forth, to be aware of.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll hear more soon. Municipal Advisor, Eva Cameron, anything open?
I have a couple of brief items in closed, but in open, just so we're getting close to the end of the day and the last meeting of the year, and we've received a few extra donations, and we'll be selling some tickets on those, and so after the end of the meeting, I'll be trying to solicit your purchasing power for tickets, and I'll show you what the gift is. There may be more than one. I just haven't confirmed the additional ones at this point in time, but the money again will go to for families in need.
So these would normally be included in the auction at the Christmas party as part of the Christmas Families Program?
Yeah, they just came in late, and so taking a look at it, and probably one ticket for $5 and 5 tickets for $20. And anyway, the first gift is a fairly substantial gift. So anyway, but it is an item that is not easily like we could maybe turn around and sell it, but that wouldn't be, that wouldn't work out. So I'll show it to you once the meeting is over.
Okay. And that's all?
In open, that's all, yes.
Okay. CAO Payne, anything in open?
Yeah, just very quickly wanted to thank council for your support over the last very busy couple of months. We don't normally have meetings this long, but post-election, we've had stacked agendas. So just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a good relaxing break here coming over Christmas and the New Year. I just also wanted to mention Manager Barrett was to receive her 10-year long service award. However, I think it's been like 24 years of service to Foothills County. The majority of that, so the other 14 years, was on a contract basis in various roles supporting the ARB and the SDAB and many of the other committees. Historical Committee would be another one. So just so council knows, Sherry's been around for quite some time.
24 years.
And I'm sure she's really happy I just announced that on the public stream.
Before you know it, she will be celebrating 45 years like Manager Eva Cameron.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, all we have left is a few items in close. So look for a motion. Oh, sorry, go to Manager Barrett first.
Sorry, I did forget one thing. Emerging trends registration is also due. If you haven't responded to ledge services, if you could let us know. My frugal hat is on, and early bird pricing, I think, is in effect till December 31st. So if the emerging trends session with Brownlee, if you haven't seen it, we can resend it. It's a very informative. There's two different venues, either in person in Calgary, or you can attend virtually the following week when they're hosting it in Edmonton. So I can resend that if you haven't seen it.
Okay,
And that's
thank
it.
you for that.
Thanks.
So motion to go into closed. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carried. Welcome back to open session. That does conclude our agenda for today. Next meeting, January 7th, 2025. I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year going forward. And I would look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Kendall gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. See you January 7th.